like a bit of riffing and doing like lots of different projects. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Except movies about war, which there seems to be a lot of. This was supposed to come out last year. How the hell is this one longer than the last one? Anyways, welcome to yet another anniversary video. The joke at the beginning was true. I actually started filming in May of 2023 and then proceeded to not release any videos for 2023. Lots of reasons there. If you have seen my last video, you already know. If you haven't, the explanation is there. So I will go into a lot more detail at the end of the video about the experience of everything and why it took a year to finish this video. But I'm not going to front load all of that information. If you are new, the gist of this video is very simple. Billy Joel has a song called We Didn't Start the Fire. In it, he lists off important events for 4 decades, and so in the part 1 of this video, we took the first 30 items of that list and assigned movies to them. Why 30? Because I did all of that during the month of June. I would watch a movie per day and then write my script and film myself on that day as well. Then throughout July and August, I edited them. At the end of that video, it's very clear why that is not the best practice. Now we are 1 year, 2 years older and supposedly wiser. So I picked the next 30. Why 30? Because I still think the idea of a movie per day was a good idea if I give myself a day of rest in the middle of it. So I chose May. I did the first 15 items in the first 15 days of May, then took a day off and didn't do anything, and then tried to do the next 15 and then got off track so hard you cannot believe it. Some of the footage is from May of 2023, but 5 items are filmed in August of 2024. The reason is long and confusing, and I will discuss it at the end of this too long video. Hopefully you'll remember it by then. So, in the first video, we went from Harry Truman to Prokofiev. This time we're going from Rockefeller to Bridge on the River Kwai. I tried to keep the movie choices interesting and also tried to challenge myself in not treading already discovered waters. But some of the movies I saw were rewatches, so when you see a R next to the name of the movie, know that it was a rewatch. That actually might give some context to some of the things I'm saying. Another thing is that aside from one movie, which is the one for Pasternak, the rest was watched on May of 2023. I wrote the scripts for them then, and most of the ideas were formed then. And let me tell you, it was not easy going back to them a year later. Also, much like last time, I do have some additional context to say for some of the entries after I've done filming them. So whenever a little me appears in the corner of the video, those are add-ons that have been written and filmed much later in the process. So we have a lot of movies to get through, and I hope I explained everything. But if you are still confused, this is part 2. It's a sequel. So you can imagine it was better explained in the first part. You should check that out. Without further ado, I give you We Didn't Start the Fire, Part 2. Well, I have time. Voila! I'm naming it I Can't Paint. Lots of green on my face and on my hand. I wonder if I can green screen this and put something creepy here. We'll see. I think it's best to celebrate the work and achievements of the Rockefeller family, and in particular Mr. Nelson Rockefeller, by talking about the one time they couldn't get what they wanted. And since I don't want to talk about Cradle Will Rock, we'll be talking about Frida, even though the whole Rockefeller situation is a small part of it, and I will be explaining it a bit later. So the movie, as given by its title, is about the life of Frida Kahlo, the famed Mexican painter. Though at the heart of it, I believe it's more about her relationship with pain and with Diego Rivera, her cheating beast of a husband. It's directed by Julie Taymor of, well, this is probably her most famous movie. She does have other good movies as well, and I do suggest checking out Titus and Across the Universe. But yeah, Frida is the more famous one. It got nominated for a bunch of Oscars, and it won 2, and is the movie that really brought attention to her work, for good and bad. A quick summary of the movie, and by extension Frida's life, is that Frida Kahlo is the daughter of a German-Mexican photographer and gets into an accident in a trolley that leaves her body pain-ridden and her legs hard to use. While on the bed, she starts painting and then decides to show her paintings to a Mexican mural artist named Diego Rivera. They were better than this. Diego is also a very staunch communist, and that is important as we get to it.
Some people have to get shot in a revolution.
I prefer evolution. Educate the poor. Mobilize the workers. Rise like a slow tide. You'll have your revolution and kill half the poor to save them.
Diego is also a very famous womanizer. That is also important as we get to it. They fuck, they date, and they marry each other. Diego then gets a commission from Nelson Rockefeller. And this is where we get to the Nelson Rockefeller, the Rockefeller connection. I blundered that line, didn't I? Diego and Frida go to New York, and Diego starts working on the famed 30 Rockefeller Plaza, commonly known as 30 Rock, and puts Lenin's portrait on the painting. So Nelson tells him to take it off, he refuses. Nelson again tells him to take it off, he refuses again. Nelson pays him fully and destroys the mural. Side note. There is a lot to talk about in this moment. This was, for all intents and purposes, a battle in my opinion. A battle between the artist and the financier. Who has won here? On one hand, Nelson Rockefeller, the man whose family name alone is synonymous with wealth, couldn't get what he wanted. He was willing to throw lots and lots of money at it. And he did. But still couldn't get what he wanted, which is the prestige of having a famed artist's work on his wall. He had the money, but he needed something more. On the other hand, a work of art was destroyed. A work of art that could have inspired more people was torn down. This is a simplification, and there is a great moment in the movie that summarizes it.
It's my painting on my wall.
I'm not going to solve this issue here and now, because that's a long discussion with many facets. And it's one that I've had since first day I walked into my university back in 2015. God, I'm old. And it's one that I am still having 8 years later. Is Vincent van Gogh's work more artistically valuable because he died poor, but was more true to his own vision? Or is Pablo Picasso a genius for manipulating the system to live lavishly through his art? Or put it otherwise, who won in that altercation? Diego Rivera or Nelson Rockefeller? And why am I putting so much time talking about two guys and a subplot when the focus of the movie is Frida Kahlo. Anyways, Diego and Frida get back to Mexico. Diego has sex with Frida's sister. They break up. Then Leon Trotsky comes to Mexico. Yeah, really. He comes to Mexico. Diego asks Frida to house Trotsky. Frida and Trotsky have sex. Trotsky moves to another place. Frida and Diego have a divorce. Frida forgives her sister and then loses her toe to gangrene. Yeah, I will get to bodily pain stuff in a bit. Diego comes back, they marry again, and Frida gets an exhibition in Mexico, her home country, and then she dies. That's belief, but that's all. That's the life and death of Frida Kahlo.
See, Doctorcito, I followed your orders. I didn't leave my bed. Frida.
Talking about the movie, I want to praise a few things first and then be a bit more critical. First off, Frida's painting. I love them. I really do. And the movie does something that I really, really appreciate, and I wish more movies do when dealing with artists whose style and understandings are so unique. It doesn't explain them. There are a few scenes where people try to tell to Frida what her works might mean, but the movie just presents them in universe, and that's that.
I'd rather sit on the floor of a market in Toluca selling tortillas than have to listen to the prattling of the artistic beaches of Paris.
You, as the audience, are faced with these paintings and their recreations and will have to form your own emotions. It does tell the story behind them, but it doesn't really explain them. It's refreshing and incredibly well thought out, which is something I was expecting with Julie Taymor. But we'll get there. The other thing is the pain. One of the more important aspects of Frida's life is the fact that she had been in pain for most of it. I don't mean mental anguish or artist suffering, though she does have plenty of both. I mean physical pain. Her body was mangled in the trolley accident when she was young, and that pain followed her for her whole life, and more pain was added with more ailments. One of the things the movie gets right, and I do commend both Taymor and Salma Hayek's performance for it, is the effect of that pain and its presence at all times. When Frida yells in anguish, you feel that. It's guttural, and since it's always present and never leaves, you get to have an inkling of what it must feel for her to live that life. And while we're here, the performances are great. Salma Hayek does a great job, and Alfred Molina is always fantastic here as Diego. The chemistry is worryingly real, and you get the feeling that despite the many hurtful moments, and most of them coming from Diego, they do actually care for each other. They belittle and hurt, but they stay together. It's almost sweet, and like most of the things in the movie, purely unique to the individuals on the screen.
You've been my comrade, my fellow artist, my best friend. But you've never been my husband.
Even the bit players are good, and maybe have a moment to appreciate Roger Rees. He was a really good actor. I recently rewatched Cheers, and he was really good there too, being slimy and manipulative, but charming and very British. Now, if I were to be critical, I'd say the movie has a bit of an identity problem, but unlike its subject matter, that identity problem didn't create something unique. Half of the movie is incredibly stylized, and I don't mean just the painting recreations or the weird surrealistic moments, but even the talk between Frida and Diego after Trotsky moves from her house. If you can't tell, I had two wisdom teeth removed from my mouth, which is apt because, I'm talking about pain and all of that. But it really hurts to talk. I should have moved this back, but I didn't, because I am stubborn. It's stylized and shot in a way that accentuates the vision behind it. The other half of the movie, though, is a very standard biopic. It's shot in the biopic way, with the usual reaction shots you expect from it, and I think that's why it's Julie Taymor's most famous work. I really wish that was Titus, or even Across the Universe. But the truth is, those movies are stylized to hell. To the extent that watching them and not being tuned into her brainwaves will leave you nothing to grab. And that's what makes them unforgettable. Frida, as a movie, is a good one. And it does have a lot of great moments. The La Llorona, I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing it, is one of the best scenes of the movie, and it's done with great care, and it jumps out. It's just that next to it is a scene where Trotsky and Frida are talking about life and children, and it's a very, oh, cool moment. It's a movie that has scenes that will never leave you, and next to them are scenes that will never enter you. That came out way more sexual than I intended to. But you know what? The movie is very horny and very sexy, so I don't mind. It's in the spirit of the movie. Frida's art and Frida's life are incredibly unique to her. And I'm glad that she gets to have a biopic that in some areas is, well, really faithful to her spirit and mindset. It shows her at her best and her worst, and shows the weird loving relationship between her and Diego. Don't get me wrong, at the heart of it, Frida is a romance. A very weird, and at point very toxic romance, but a romance nonetheless. If you like Frida Kahlo, you probably already have watched it and have skipped this section of the video. But if by any chance you haven't, do. It's a good movie. Even at its worst, it's not worse than other biopics, and at its best, it's uniquely its own. It actually puts me in mind of a song to end this section, the same way the movie ends. The Mio. You can thank me later. Of course, I record myself while editing. Who doesn't do that? This isn't a bit. I always do this. Honestly, when it comes to visuals, the movie is pretty boring, so I chose the most boring corner of my room to film in, which is this corner. Baseball. That elusive, apparently, sport. Back in part 1, when discussing Joe DiMaggio, I did say I have no idea how to play this game. It's been almost a year since those words, and I still don't know how to play it. I know it has its own culture and many subcultures, and I understand none of them. The good news is, It's Good to Be Alive doesn't really need you to understand or know baseball, outside of the fact that it has a ball. Yeah, I know it's a different ball, but I don't have a baseball. I am not familiar with Troy Campanella or what he signifies. He's also less parodied than Joe DiMaggio and never married Marilyn Monroe. So, yeah, before I put this movie on, I had no idea who he was. And after watching the movie, I know he was a baseball player who got into an accident and lost the feeling in most of his body. Our wonderful neighbors, everyone. 2 major accidents that made the main characters bedridden, back to back. I did not plan for it that way. I have less to say about this movie than Frida, though. So, It's Good to Be Alive. It's a TV movie from 1970s and tells the story of Roy Campanella being in a car accident and his troubles of trying to live with his predicament where his movements are limited to his arms and hands, and even those movements are very restricted. Like this close shut I've put for myself that I can't move my hands very much. I will get to the intricacies a bit later, but first let me just say that it is by every definition a TV movie. It's shot like one of those old 70s sitcoms. It has the same quality of writing.
Just tell him to move his foot back 6 inches. Hey, Jiminy Christmas, man. Can't you give a fella a chance to say goodbye or nothing?
And everything is simplistic and loops over and over again. And the acting is mixed. Louis Gossett Jr. and Paul Winfield do an adequate job of portraying their admittedly one-note characters. And then you have performances like...
You quit with me and you quit with her. I got nobody at home. Nobody.
I'm not trying to be mean. It's so bad. Sorry, I know it's a TV movie and I wasn't expecting the best performances, but I can't help myself. This is so over the top and yet so disengaged from what is happening. I love it, but not for the right reasons. The thing I can say the movie does well is that it removes itself from the knowledge of the outside world. It is about Roy Campanella, but you can easily search and replace the words Roy Campanella for Coy Rampanella, and the story will work the same way. He isn't really a person in the movie. He's just another character. Now, that is something that would be considered a flaw in most places, but here it works because the story is as much about the journey of life being ruined and then trying to restore it bit by bit. It does manage to tell that story pretty coherently. If you take out the baseball references, the meat and the bones of the story are solid. It's not exciting, and you can tell each moment is coming from 100 meters away, but it is still solid. I managed to understand the feeling they wanted to get across.
I was scared of dying. Sam, I really want to live.
And it's the same feeling that my home country's Abbas Kiarostami gets across much more artistically enjoyable in Taste of Cherry. A movie I highly recommend you go and check out. Yeah, that's a plug for a movie that I'm not affiliated with. I was born the same year this came out. It's about how the act of living itself is valuable, no matter how desperate the situation may feel. Here you see Campanella go through the motions of feeling his life was over and then regaining hope and trying to live as best as he can. It's heartwarming. The movie also tells us that Campanella's ex-wife was not the kindest to her. And that's me being kind in my retelling. The movie actually tells us Campanella's ex-wife was a bitch.
But there's a good chance he'll smile again.
That's something to look forward to, isn't it?
I honestly found that part to be a little jarring. Why go to such lengths to basically tell us everyone in Campanella's life was supportive, including his manager, except for her ex-wife? What you gain from that? And then the movie ends with Campanella himself on screen saying how good he feels with his new wife.
But the most important moment in my life came a year later, when I first met and fell in love with my wife, Roxy.
Yeah, when the guy himself appears on the screen and seems to be pretty involved in the making of the movie, it does feel a little bit like revenge, doesn't it? I don't know her, she might have been very abusive and very hurtful towards Roy, but the way the movie goes so one-sided at it and tries to paint her as unreasonable and downright cold-hearted, it does feel like someone is maybe projecting something. It's a biopic and a TV movie, so it doesn't really exceed any of those categories. I don't think I know more about Roy Campanella as a person, but I think I understand what a person in that situation would react to some extent. The event is the star there, not the person. Which is okay, it's just weird. And the whole wife angle makes it weirder. This is the broadcast version of spilling the tea back in 1970s, I guess. When you had no other outlet to tell people how awful someone has been to you, you make a whole goddamn TV movie about it. While I was writing that, I was talking to my friend, and I said, I don't know who Roy Campanella is. And one of them said, he's my favorite athlete. And I said, why? And he said, because his nickname was Campy. And Campy is fun. He's not wrong though. Campy is very fun, especially in movies. Campy movies are some of the best movies you can ever make. If you can't make a good movie, make a campy one. If you can't make a campy movie, don't make movies. Unless you have to. Like it's your job or something. Wow, we are beginning with an add-on. That sounds not so ominous. Anyways, this is just to tell you that the voice recorder was not recording audio for this section, even though one of my poor friends held up the recorder while I recorded, it was not on. So I've tried to salvage the on-camera audio, but it's a noticeable difference, and I thought I'd point it out myself. Back to the video. Oj polna moja karabuszka, jesice cipacza. Pożali dusza zazna buszka, modlolesko plecza. Vidi viroż wioskojo, tam dnoczki pażogo. Jak zawitać czernoboska, wytowawi ważrobo. Seni sam platyl nemalie, na to skonia, ne skuptis podroskonia, kubiki alie, bliže de monolosko sades. This one's probably going to be the most pretentious one I've ever done. If you live in the same neck of the woods as me and you study the same, I guess if you live in the neck of the woods, you'd study trees. If you live in the same neck of the woods as me and you study the same trees as me, you've probably heard a lot about Andrei Tarkovsky. I honestly don't know how well known he is in the greater cinema world, because I've seen people who talk about him like everyone already know who he is, and I've seen people call him a Soviet director, which is as simplified as calling the Pope a religious person. He is a Soviet director, and that's the reason one of his movies was chosen for the prompt of Communist Bloc. But there is more to him. In general, he was a true force in the history of cinema. You cannot talk about spirituality in cinema or talk about the effectiveness of long, uninterrupted shots in cinema and don't bring him up. Well, you can, but it would be a massive disservice. His movies tend to have a slower pace. That doesn't mean they're boring, but it does mean that you have to adjust yourself to their pace if you want to get the full experience. And let me be the first to say that is not very easy. As someone who very much belongs to the school of rapid cuts of Sergio Leone, getting used to the camera taking its time and showing the characters walk slowly towards the next scene is an adjustment. But god damn it, he manages to create some beautiful vistas through that. The movie I'm going to talk about, Stalker, is probably the best at showcasing it. I know a lot of people like Sacrifice, and in particular its final shot, but Stalker is above everything else a very beautiful movie. It manages to show why the stalkers get so enamored with the zone. Oh yeah, let me explain the premise to you because I can't explain the plot properly. The premise is that in an unknown but pretty remote location, there is a zone. Nobody knows the origins of it, and some claim it was a meteorite or aliens or ancient civilizations.
Примерно лет 20 тому назад здесь будто бы упал метеорит. Спалил дотла поселок. Метеорит этот искали, ну и, конечно, ничего не нашли.
Or, if you play the Stalker game, it's 2 consecutive Chernobyls. But the zone has some unusual properties. It is eerily silent, and it changes depending on the people who are inside it. It lays traps for them, and it gets them stuck there. So why people go into it? Because inside the zone is the room.
Вот мы с вами стоим на пороге.
The room is a place where your deepest desires become reality. Nope, no joke there. Naval fucking? Who knows? So people employ stalkers who specialize in traversing the zone and getting people to the room in order for them to get what they want. That is the premise. The movie follows our titular stalker and his 2 companions, a scientist and a writer. I can't get into more plot really because for a 2-hour and 41-minute movie, it has shockingly little plot in the classical sense. It's not a movie driven by its story or even its characters. It's basically a philosophical argument masquerading as a beautifully presented vista. I'm not saying that as a negative though. There are movies who rely solely on their message or their statements and basically become a lecture. But that's what makes Tarkovsky different. Despite my discontent with the guy, I'm not his biggest fan, I have immense respect for his work, except nostalgia. I hate that one. He knows that is fucking shit. He knows that philosophical and theological arguments would be more palpable with emotions.
Ведь вы же пришли. Зачем же уничтожаете веру? Замолчи! Я же тебя насквозь вижу.
Despite the characters in Stalker not being classically considered motivators, they are still human beings. They show their emotions. The movie starts with a great show of emotions and it ends with that too, despite their musings about the meaning of life and the meaning of the room. Okay, this one I have a joke for, because people do muse about the room. Yes, joke achieved. Where was I? Oh yeah, despite their musings about the meaning of life and the meaning of the room, our characters cannot distance themselves from it. They are living in that moment. They are showing those emotions. It is part of them. They beg and they fear. They don't go in bravely because they have an ideology. They still fear for what the zone might do to them. That's what makes Tarkovsky movies beyond just statement movies. That, and did I mention the movie is fucking gorgeous? Because it is. I know I haven't said much about the movie. I think I should have picked Tetris as the movie to talk about communist Bloc, and that way the fact that I was reciting the lyrics to Korobeiniki, otherwise known as Tetris theme, more apt. I can't discuss the movie without spoiling it. It's a slow burn movie. Basically it touches about the nature of desire. Do you know what you desire? If you walk into the room and think you desire, well, a good movie and a career like James Dien, would you get it? To say that's the whole idea of Stalker is dishonest though, because that's the most obvious idea of it. That's the one the movie basically feeds you.
Он хотел. Я не знаю, через несколько дней он повесился.
Да здесь он понял, что не просто желания, а сокровенные желания исполняются.
Why do people go there though? Why do stalkers do what they do? As I said, they are enamored with the zone, and it's easy to see why. I'm not a big nature lover myself, but goddamn that place looks fantastic to just breathe in. But what drives them to bring other people there? Our titular stalker does it because, according to him, he wants to see other people get the happiness he doesn't have. The zone is no joke. It does feel disorienting and it does feel dangerous. There is a reason people don't just wander in. The soldiers guarding the zone are terrified of stepping into it, so why do that? There is a desperation there. The place where the stalker lives is desolate and in need of repair. It's by a power plant and a train station, so there is desperation in getting people inside. He needs the money, but that's not all of it. He does it because he thinks he has to. This trip, the one we witness, breaks something in him. Again, not going to spoil it here, though might do another dedicated video for it later, though again with my scheduling it would probably come out by the time we have actual Solaris. But the movie ends with a simple head-to-head, reason versus faith. I don't know what it is about Christian filmmakers that they seem to be enamored with Jesus. But faith is something that crops up a lot in Tarkovsky's movies, and Stalker is not an exception. I think I've said so much about the movie without actually talking about the movie. Again, probably should have picked Tetris. I haven't seen it yet. It might have sucked. I just know the story behind the game, Tetris, and I know how fun and crazy that is. And so I kinda hope the movie does it justice. Is it good? If I've seen it by the time I release this video, I will put my reaction here. It was very mediocre. 5 out of 10. It did have its moments, but nothing to write home about. Also, while we are on the subject of the video games, I haven't played the Stalker video game. I know that game and this movie are from the same source material, but I have seen Mandalore's video on it, and though it didn't really wow me enough to want to try it, it did intrigue me enough to actually want to try it. I think it might be fun to do so. I think the movie probably handles it better though, from what I've seen. Anyways, now that I sufficiently angered people who like Tarkovsky by simplifying his work and angered people who don't like Tarkovsky by praising him, I think it's time to get to an interlude. Wow, our first interlude of the second part. How's it going so far? Are you entertained? Hopefully you are. So I talked very briefly about Titus when discussing Julie Taymor's work in Frida. Titus is a Shakespeare play, and the movie is genuinely fantastic. Highly recommended, but it's weird. Now, I knew of the play before I saw the movie. I actually searched to see anyone had adapted it, and that's how I got to the movie. The reason is that Titus, or more clearly Titus Andronicus, has a bit of history with me. William Shakespeare is a majestic force of literature, and before I even knew who he was, his words were forming my ideas of storytelling. This is a long-winded way of saying that I was obsessed with The Lion King growing up, and it's based on Hamlet. Marginally based on Hamlet. So, as I was growing up, especially in high school, I started to learn more about theatre, and so I knew sooner or later I had to start reading Shakespeare. Problem is, English is not my first language. I wasn't very good at reading or speaking English back then. You might say I'm still not good at speaking English, but that would hurt my feelings. Why would you want to hurt me? What did I do to you? Anyways, I had to rely heavily on translated works. The first ever Shakespeare play I read was Julius Caesar. I'm not kidding, it was translated as Julius Caesar, which is the Arabic way of saying Caesar. It wasn't the best translation because it was very clunky and didn't feel right to say out loud, but it wasn't the worst either. Oh, no. The worst Shakespeare translations to Persian belongs in this collection. That feels very mean-spirited, but honestly, this is not a good translation. This I bought when I first started my bachelor's degree. It's supposedly all of the works of William Shakespeare translated into Persian. It's the only comprehensive book to gather all of them. If you want to read Hamlet or Othello, there are a ton of options of translators to choose from. But if you want to read Timon of Athens or Antony and Cleopatra, well, this was basically your only choice. So I got the collection, and it's not good. It's probably okay as a piece of literature, but as a play it's barely readable. It feels like it was translated as an academic text and not as a play. It's very hard to read and there is no flow to the way the sentences are put together. But it was the first comprehensive collection of Shakespeare work I had, so I started at the beginning. The first play in the collection was Titus Andronicus. Now, at that point, I had read Julius Caesar, Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, and Othello. So for me, the worst thing Shakespeare does to his characters is deceiving them into killing each other. You cannot imagine the massive wave of shock and the horror I faced when I read Titus Andronicus. If you've read the play, you know. If you've seen the movie, you know. If you haven't, I'm not going to say it. Granted, the shock got softer and softer as I read more Shakespeare plays. Now I think I've read most of them. I'm not beholden to the language barrier anymore either, and I actually can read them more easily now. I think I haven't read some of the historical ones, but even then I've seen The Hollow Crown, so I'm covered. I now know the depths of misery that Shakespeare can create, but to this day there is something visceral about Titus Andronicus for me. It's cruelty and revenge and just everything around it. It never left me. Okay, I promise the other interludes are not this long. This prompt was one of the ones where I knew what I was going to do from the moment I saw it. I can tell you confidently, no prompt has come even close to it so far. I knew the moment I wanted to make this series, and I heard the name of Roy Cohn, that I wanted to do Angels in America. The problem is, Angels in America is a mini-series. It is, collectively, over 6 hours. I am no stranger to watching long stuff. But I usually don't expect myself to write something on them and then film myself. I failed to do that. I did watch 5.5 hours of it on the day, but the recording is happening the next day. This is the next day. Sorry about that. But Angels in America is worth it. It teaches us that if you know you're going to have a busy day with meetings and long stretches of going outside of the house, just suck it up and watch Citizen Cohn. That movie is so over the top and poorly written that it could have made a more fun entry anyway. Well, lesson learned. Let's talk about Angels in America and how good and bad it is. First of all, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, Angels in America is a 2-part play by Tony Kushner. No relations. I double-checked. About Reagan-era politics, AIDS, and homosexuality in the 1980s. There is also a metaphorical and supernatural element to it that I will explain more. The play follows, mainly, 2 couples. One, a homosexual couple called Louis and Pryor, and another one, a heterosexual Mormon couple called Harper and Joe. Their lives are thrown into disarray when Pryor is diagnosed with AIDS, and Joe admits that he is a closeted gay guy and have been hiding it from his wife. Their lives tangle into each other and spread out. It's a long-ass play apparently, and if the miniseries is anything to go by, it is densely packed. There are characters I don't think I can even mention in this section. And we haven't even gotten to fucking Roy Cohn.
Was it legal? Fuck legal. Am I a nice man? Fuck nice. They say terrible things about me in the nation. Fuck the nation. You want to be nice or you want to be effective?
Anyway, a bit of a spoiler warning, so go to this time code if you want to go to it fresh. It's nothing major, but it's something that I didn't know beforehand when I first watched the miniseries, and I think it's an experience worth safeguarding. So go ahead. Leave. Leave me. Unless you don't care about spoilers, and in that case, let's crack on. Okay, so Pryor gets diagnosed with AIDS, Louis leaves him. This is where we meet Belize, Pryor's friend who helps him cope, both physically and emotionally. Then Pryor gets visited by a fucking angel. I'm not being hyperbolic, it's a literal angel. It's the angel for America itself, and she tells Pryor that he is a prophet. Her arrival is heralded by two ghosts of Pryor's ancestors. This is what I meant by going in blind. You think Angels as America is just, a poetic title? No, within the context of this show, it's fucking real. I mean, okay, that's if you take everything at face value. There is more. I personally believe that angels and ghosts are metaphorical and a way for Tony Kushner to wax philosophy through them.
The 20th century. Oh dear. The world's got so terribly, terribly old.
And I think to the extent they influence the actual events are mostly superfluous. I think the visitations by the angels is just Pryor trying to cope with the fact that his life is coming to an end. Something that his partner cannot deal with and leaves him over it. And something that, as far as the story is concerned, Pryor himself can deal with, because he's incredibly pragmatic. But it's more fun to take it as literal, isn't it? That's one half of the story though, because when Louis leaves Pryor, he gets entangled in the story of Joe. Joe is a Mormon with a wife, who is a bit too whimsical and over the top for my taste, and he has come to terms with his homosexuality. Joe and Louis get together, but they cannot make it work. Louis is staunchly a leftist, and Joe is a Republican who voted for Reagan and works for Roy Cohn.
You seen La Caja Fall?
No.
Oh, the best thing on Broadway, maybe ever. Yeah.
We'll have to wait for the skippers of spoilers to join us before delving into that though. What do you think of my get-up, like the high angle? I wanted to kneel on the floor, but that would have been havoc on my knees because this section is absolutely longer than usual. And for the dress, this is the only thing I have that has anything resembling a hood, and I wanted to look like Pryor does with his prophet garb. If it was like a longer video, and who knows, I might have made something for it, like sewn an actual robe. But no, I need to make this daily. Even though this is happening the next day. You know what I mean. Good. Everyone's here. So, Roy Cohn. Who is Roy Cohn? To quote Al Pacino playing him in the miniseries,
Roy Cohn is a heterosexual man, Henry, who fucks around with guys.
He worked with Joseph McCarthy, was a big force in giving the Rosenbergs the death penalty, and also mentored Donald Trump in his older years and was given testimony of good character by Alan Dershowitz, a true judge of good characters. He was also very incremental in silencing gay rights and attacking them, despite himself being a closeted homosexual man who died of AIDS.
AIDS is what homosexuals have. I have liver cancer.
So, Joe, one of our characters, is his protege. This is where most of the Roy Cohn connection comes in. Most of it. He is shown as a bitter old man who got AIDS. He spent all of his life spewing hate and spreading joylessness, and dies a more horrific death than the ones he sent home with the death penalty.
And when you die, all anyone will ever say is, better he had never lived at all.
Sometimes history is poetically just. Very rarely though. I guess I can find a bit of sympathy for a guy whose whole idea of identity was with a group who actively tried to silence him, but he knowingly participated in that very system and used it for his own benefit to gain power. He was a victim who became a worse abuser, knowing exactly where to hurt his own people more effectively. He's shown as a depiction of older and more draconian values and the darker reality of capitalistic America. He is corrupt, he is mean, he is racist, he is sexist, he is a homophobe despite being a homosexual, and he's a relic. He's the perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with the world, and yet he's dying the same as our lead. A man whose life is pain and is already in front of him. That's where most of the allegory and contradiction of the play comes from. It's putting these two in front of each other. A young man whose life is tragically coming to an end, and an old, desperate dinosaur leaving a truly disgusting mark on history. Both are dying by the same disease.
Worst thing about being sick in America, Ethel, is you're booted out of the parade. Americans have no use for sick. And look at Reagan. He's so healthy, he's hardly human.
Now, I want to make a sharp turn here and just talk about the miniseries. These sections need to have a review quality to them as well, in case you were wondering about checking any of the movies, or in this case miniseries, I mentioned. The miniseries was written by Kushner himself and directed by Mike Nichols. A better director couldn't be had for this. Despite the miseries I discuss, there is a ton of humor in this show.
With a family as long descended as the Walters, there are bound to be a few carried off by the plague.
You get the guy who made Catch-22 when you want serious discussion wrapped in humor. But the show is clearly a stage show. While watching it, it's obvious how he would have played exactly on a stage instead of on the screen. It's not really bad, or may not even be noticeable, but it's something that could be seen as a detriment to the show. I think the decision to make it into a miniseries for TV instead of like 2 movies was very wise indeed. Not only does it help scan better, it also manages to sidestep a lot of problems by focusing it more as a product of TV and not silver screen. This was in 2003, so the idea of cinematic TV shows was still in toddlerhood. Not completely unknown, but not as developed as it would have gotten just a decade later. The cast is fantastic at their job, and with a cast so talent-studded, why wouldn't it be? Even characters who are arguably annoying as fuck are played so great by their performers. The show of course carries the big 3 names, even though neither of them are main characters. Al Pacino, Meryl Streep, and Emma Thompson. Meryl Streep and Emma Thompson were great, no notes. Pacino started very Pacino, but he grows on you. At first, I thought we were just going to get another Al Pacino performance where he yells a lot and throws his arms around, a sort of parody of who he is. But as the show went on, he managed to find the depth of his character. I never believed him fully as Roy Cohn, but I believed this version of Al Pacino worked in the 50s and had AIDS. Despite it being over 6 hours, the miniseries never really drags. You can easily watch it in a day and it will go very smoothly. To be honest, I had more trouble finishing It's Good to Be Alive than I had finishing this one. It is densely packed with characters and events and emotion, and I have problems with that. The characters are good. I think I know each one perfectly and they do have significant depth. Even our resident boogeyman is not very shallow. But they do all speak theatrically. The show is an allegory, it's obvious. At the heart of it, it's people watching people they love and hate die from something akin to the Black Plague and having to deal with it, while those people themselves are dealing with it. It's an exploration of how this one disease was politicized by Reagan to be seen as something for undesirable, and how the inevitability of it can cause mental and emotional breakdown to the point of conjuring angels. This is at the heart of the show, and the show at times can't help but show the heart at its most visible.
I believe I've seen the end of things. And having seen, I'm going blind, as prophets do. It makes a certain sense to me.
Again, this might easily be a matter of taste, but there are scenes where characters start talking about other characters as if the author himself is talking about them. Analyses of character motivations and growth are embedded in the conversations inside the story, and that is jarring. It feels like characters breaking themselves just to show that, well, the author realizes what he's doing. It's not even celebratory. It feels a little desperate. There are many good lines in the show.
The stiffening of your penis is of no consequence.
But there are moments where Tony Kushner is a little bit too visible handling the characters. This is like puppetry. It's still worth watching though. As I said, at the heart of it, it's the story of people dealing with death and everything around it. The story starts with the death. It's about lack of movement and dying. Death is ever present, and yet not so dour. Even those who reject it with a veneer of welcoming it are not dour. This is probably one of the more hopeful depictions of death that I remember seeing in recent memory. Personal note, I don't handle death well. I am not over the death of Christopher Lee, and that was 8 years ago, and I've never even met the guy in person. I'm recording this in May, so it's Christopher Lee's birthday month. He would have been 101 years old. I don't handle death very well. I can deal with death. The thought of not existing makes me shiver and makes me lie awake at night, looking at the ceiling and the one fucking spider web that, connects the ceiling to the sidewall. I am tall enough to reach it and get rid of it, but why bother? It's all meaningless in the end. Right? Not right. That is the whole point of Angels in America. By the end of it, the act of living itself is valuable. The act of going on and trying to live one more day. Everything is hard. The people in the story all feel misery at some point. Whether it's winning or losing the game of life. Whether it's confronting your upbringing. Whether it's finding yourself or seeing someone you care for perish. They all feel misery and sense fully with their being. But they go on. That in and of itself is valuable. Hell, even Roy Cohn's life was valuable, even if...
You come with me to room 1013 over at the Hospital Lewis, I'll show you America. Terminal, crazy, and mean.
Because it shows us the depth you can fall into. How distant you can become from happiness and yourself if you pursue nothing but power and growth.
I have clout. Lots.
Roy Cohn was the perfect embodiment of capitalism. A diseased body, so preoccupied with keeping what it has and trying to accumulate more. So blinded by the quest of control and so engulfed by the crimes that it has committed, that all they can think of is one last pathetic attempt at a specter.
I just wanted to see if I could finally make Ethel Rosenberg sing. I win!
True power eating itself from inside. Again, history can be poetically just sometimes. Let's talk about musicals. Let's talk about musicals all day long. Yes, our first musical. And it's an Andrew Lloyd Webber one. I am suddenly feeling less happy about it. Evita tells us the story of Eva Braun, the wife of our prompt, Juan Peron. If you don't know who Juan Peron is, he was the president of Argentina in the 1940s and 50s, and then again for a brief moment in the 1970s. He was To put it lightly, why? He was a dictator. Yeah, he was a dictator. And this musical basically just makes him into a love interest.
But how soon the lights were gone.
The story of the musical follows Eva Braun from a young age in a remote village to coming to Buenos Aires and then meeting and marrying Juan Peron, helping him through his political career and enjoying the luxuries of being Peron's wife and the adoration of public who see her as the spiritual leader. First of all, let me just discuss it as a musical first. As I said, it's an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical with lyrics by Tim Rice. I don't know what you may think of Mr. Webber, but I am very mixed on him. He does have a good few musicals. I am a big fan of Cats and Phantom of the Opera, big shocker, and I simply adore Jesus Christ Superstar, which is from the same team behind Evita. But on the other hand, I despise Starlight Express, I dislike Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and I think we can all live a happier life without the woman in white and Love Never Dies. Also, currently I haven't listened to Cinderella. I am not in a rush to do so either. It's the same team behind The Woman in White, so I don't clamor for more of, whatever the hell that was. I wanted to say that because I know some musical fans have their own very hard takes on Cinderella, and I wanted to say, I stayed away from it until I get sick one day and have nothing better to do than to listen to Cinderella. On a personal note, I don't like Andrew Lloyd Webber's character. I don't mean his characters, I mean he himself. I don't like how he did everything in his power, including jumping on a private plane to vote when he rarely has done, to cut tax credit for anyone other than the rich, and I hate how self-centered he is, to the point of not seeing the damage being done to the world until it affected him. So yeah, I find the fella to be very unpleasant. Rant over. Let's talk about Evita. Evita as a musical is very mixed. It does have that famous song that everyone knows.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
And there are songs that really work in it. They have a certain style to them, and even if they are a bit more on the melodramatic side, they still manage to showcase the intended emotions pretty well.
Of a hurried night, a frantic tumble, then a shy goodbye.
Then you have rock songs that make the musical feel like a B-grade Jesus Christ Superstar revival. It works when there are talks of revolution, but there are moments when it feels almost too eerily like Jesus Christ Superstar.
I've been unemployed and I've starved and I've hated it too.
And that's not really good. Thank all gods for Alan Parker though. If you don't know him, you should. He was a very good director. I suggest checking out Bugsy Malone for a weird as hell experience, and Midnight Express and Angel Heart for understanding how good of a director he used to be. Rest in peace. He was fantastic, and he's one of the reasons Evita is as good as it is, because it's not a bad movie. A musical like that could have easily fallen down the South Pacific trap of just having people stand around motionless and sing. But Alan Parker realizes the importance of action as well as the music. The pacing of the movie never slows down, even if the songs don't mesh well together. It feels like the direction is a few steps ahead of the musical.
Tell me before I waltz out of your life, before turning my back on the past.
Because of that, the experience of watching Evita isn't too bad. But it doesn't mean it's too good either. The styles of the musical are a mess. They don't blend, and sometimes they just stick out like a sore thumb. Also, the musical really doesn't know what it wants to be. Our narrator is an everyman guy who appears all over the place and is played by Antonio Banderas. You know, giving us more fuel to hashtag put Antonio Banderas in a remake of Man of La Mancha. Long hashtags always work better, right? Right? Our narrator is there to put some very deserved criticism against Eva Braun, the showmanship and the veneer of philanthropy, against not doing anything substantial to stop her husband and actively support his every move. And for context, it was during Juan Peron's presidency that Joseph Mengele and Adolf Eichmann went to Argentina. He's the reason we have that thematic story of Nazis go to South America in most movies about post-World War II. So, if you hate that trend, he's the one who made it. These are clear criticisms and they need to be taken off Eva Braun. But the musical and the movie by extension want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to appear as if they are mentioning the things she did and make snide remarks about possible fraud with her foundation and her lack of sufficient care for any cause other than her own power gain. But at the same time, they want a love story.
But your eyes smile. Do not have the sparkle of your fantastic past.
They want a love story with her and her lavish lifestyle at the center of it. This is where comparisons to Jesus Christ Superstar also become more apparent. In that musical, there was also some veneer of criticism while at the same time there was a lot of glorification. There is a difference though. One of these shows has divine intervention and is literally supposed to be a hagiography. And the other one is trying to really downplay the ruthlessness of a dictator and show him as a loving husband to our dying heroine. As you may have gathered, I don't have much favorable views on the meta context of Evita. It's hard. I want to understand Eva Braun. And I do to some extent. I know where she was in the right to take what was hers, and I see the misconducts that happened to her. I see her socially climb. But it's not as glorified when that climb happens to be on the heads of the people she belongs to. For all her talks of unity and being in favor of the workers, all I can see is someone who got through a door and made sure to shut it and lock it tight. I don't care for her death, because I saw her hijack a revolution with her husband to put on a populist dictator who started talking about the rights of those who needed it and then abused his power to make himself rich and make those around him powerful. As someone who lives in Iran, you can take an educated guess why that resonated with me. I wanted to do that scene, you know, singing in the balcony. I am in the balcony, but the problem is we are in the 3rd floor, and I don't have a crane, so I couldn't film it that way. So I decided to film it this way. I am still in the balcony, as you can probably hear all the fucking cars going. But the problem is that our balcony is incredibly small. Like, this is the wall. And this is the other wall. Like, I am cramped here. Certainly less glory. Oh my god. The fucking trucks, man. The fucking trucks. I was gonna say certainly less glorified than Juan Peron's balcony. You know? Of course. Shut up! Okay, this time we're starting with a rant. This was, perhaps, one of the worst viewing experiences I ever had. And not because the movie was bad or slow or anything. I'll talk a bit more about that, but the movie was adequate. It wasn't good, but I've seen worse. Here we need to discuss a little bit behind the scenes. When I want to devote a certain amount of time to doing this video, I want everything to be organized before I start doing it. I am also a bit stubborn when it comes to certain aspects of it. I searched for movies about Arturo Toscanini, and beside Toscanini in his own words, I found a movie that is the subject of this section. Young Toscanini by Franco Zeffirelli of Romeo and Juliet fame. I thought this one looked more interesting, so I started to find it, and that was the beginning of my problems. This movie is incredibly hard to find. I went through my usual routes, some of my unusual routes, and finally managed to get it to legitimate places. And at that point I had no other choice but to get the version they were offering. It wasn't the best quality, and it was dual audio, Russian and Italian.
È riassunto dopo i 2 primi accordi, sai? Sì, è una loro abitudine. Si divertono. Ti rendono la vita difficile. È come un gioco. Ma se non si accetta questo gioco, alla Scala non si entra.
There is where we get the second problem. Now, I searched for it, and I am happy to announce that this wasn't unheard of. Despite the movie having English-speaking actors like John Rhys Davies, C. Thomas Howell, and Elizabeth Taylor, the whole movie is dubbed in Italian. Apparently, some people remember there is an English version on VHS, but both me and some other people only managed to find the Italian language one.
Sapevo che avresti fatto colpo. Vedi, caro, sono quelle combinazioni speciali. La diva e l'ammiratore, la nota e l'ignoto, la bella e il fanciullo. Sì, ci volevi proprio tu.
There wasn't any English dub for it, or for that matter, English subtitles. The movie being in Italian is fine, if you know Italian. Despite my love for Sergio Leone though, I do not speak Italian and cannot understand Italian. The same was true for Russian, but in the case of Stalker, there was official English subtitles. For Young Toscanini, there was none. Not only official ones, there wasn't any English subtitles, period. Thankfully, there was an Italian subtitle for the movie, and I managed to machine translate it. It wasn't perfect. Machine translation barely is perfect. But it did give a good understanding of what they were saying. Slight hitch though. The subtitles I managed to get weren't in sync to the version of the movie I managed to get.
E di piccoli presuntuosi!
Signora, la prego. Hanno veramente bisogno di lei.
Bisogno di me? Ma quelli sono spacciati senza di me. Lo sanno benissimo e hanno il coraggio di mandarmi questo, un povero orfanello.
So, every 2-3 minutes, I had to manually change the timing of the subtitles. It wasn't even a consistent lack of sync. It changed from scene to scene. It was frustrating and brings me to my claim that it was one of the worst viewing experiences of my life. But was it worth it? I don't think it was. The movie is very meh, but the competency of Franco Zeffirelli makes sure that the movie at least looks presentable and has a certain amount of style to it. Though I can just spam Elizabeth Taylor in blackface with no context and just have fun with it, I'm going to showcase that the movie does have a good visual style for the most part of it. The problem with the movie is I don't know why it exists, and I don't know what I just saw. A big disclaimer here, I don't know who Arturo Toscanini is. outside of this very useful Wikipedia article. That's all. Maybe if I knew who he was, then I would be more in tune with the movie. But I somehow doubt that. The movie, structurally speaking, has no plot. Nothing happens in it. It's just Toscanini going around, being wiser than everyone else. He's the only one who can see the truth. He has drunk from the Mimir's well, and he didn't even have to get rid of an eye to do so. He is the all-seeing truth, and everyone else will just one day understand that. You may think I'm exaggerating. I am. A tiny bit. But that's the plot of this movie. That's the whole movie. Anything else that happens in the movie is completely sidelined. There is subplots about abolishing slavery. There is a romance subplot. There is this subplot about the maestro being uncooperative. None of them matter. None of them start or end through the story. It feels like the story needed a subplot and they surgically added one to it. The subplots don't come from the characters or the stories, they just happen. So Saint Toscanini goes around Rio de Janeiro and understands all the problems of the world and knows everything there needs to be done, and other characters eventually do it. That's the whole movie. Even the big moment, the thing he is known for, which is being a conductor, isn't very glorious because it just happens, with no prior event leading up to it. There isn't a moment where he shows he even knows how to conduct. He plays cello for most of the movie and works with the singers. Conducting isn't knowing how to play an instrument. It's so easy to set that up. Just make him conduct when the conductor isn't there. Hell, you start with an exposition dump of a bio on him. Why not shove it in there? Overall, the story of this movie is very non-existent. The performances are okay considering the story, I guess. Everything is a bit too melodramatic in this story, but that tracks with Zeffirelli's work, so I didn't mind it that much. It's better if the melodrama has, drama, but as it is, it was tolerable. Young Toscanini tells us that sometimes when you go through mountains and valleys to get a movie, it's not worth it. And sometimes when you think of an idea to film yourself, it will really fuck up your neck. Jesus! It's not really easy finding a movie about Dacron, because it's a fabric. So I decided to apply the rules a little bit more creatively. Dacron is used in fashion, so we'll see a movie about fashion. And out of all of these, The Devil Wears Prada was chosen. I have mixed feelings about this movie. Never has a movie been so iconic and fantastic and yet so cliched and mediocre at the same time. Allow me to explain. I don't drink alcoholic drinks, so this is cactus soda. It's actually pretty good. For those of you unfamiliar with the movie, and I am just talking about the movie because I have not read the source novel, nor I actually care about the intricate fashion references because I really don't understand fashion. The jokes write themselves here. The sad thing is I actually tried. But The Devil Wears Prada tells the story of Andrea Sachs, Andy, a young girl who has come to New York to pursue journalism. She gets the job, despite all odds, working as the second assistant to the editor-in-chief of a prime fashion magazine called Runway, named Miranda Priestley. Andrea's life slowly becomes engulfed in the desires and the way of life that Miranda asks of her. It is, by many merits, including what the title alludes to, a story of selling your soul in order to gain something. Like that guy, famous guy. Here, Andrea wants to write for the prestigious magazines and knows that by working for Miranda for a year, she would have better chances of doing so. In that journey, she loses her sense of identity and justifies actions against people who she cares about by declaring that Miranda's influence on her life is more great than her own agency.
I don't care if she was gonna fire you or beat you with a red-hot poker. You should have said no.
Emily, I didn't have a choice. Oh, you know how she is.
Please, that is a pathetic excuse.
That's the premise, and that's the plot. It is, after all, a story of morals, so by the end of it, she realizes that by going along with Miranda's request, she is becoming something she doesn't want to and leaves her employment. But you can see it coming, like from 30 minutes in. The movie is, in one word, iconic. From Meryl Streep's attire and attitude as the titular Miranda Priestley, did you get the joke? To Emily Blunt's every word.
Well, I'm on this new diet. It's very effective. Well, I don't eat anything. And when I feel like I'm about to faint, I eat a cube of cheese. Well, it's definitely working. I know. I'm just one stomach flu away from my goal weight.
If I were to act like a Letterboxd commenter, it's Mean Girls, but adults. It is also not that bad of a story. I did condense it massively for the recap, but there are some things worthy of discussion there. How Andrea's douche of a boyfriend belittles her job and new interests. How Miranda's treatment of her art director showcases a parasitical relationship where she needs him, but also he is inclined to stick with her. And despite the movie's plot going exactly where you think it's going, there is more to it than it meets the eye. I really fumbled that sentence, didn't I? Despite the plot going exactly where you think it's going, there is more to it than it meets the eye. The script had it wrong. The simplicity of the characters and the stories creates an easy gateway for us to get into. There isn't a big twist coming up, for good and for bad. Because of that, the decisions that Andrea makes are presented as they are. There isn't a hidden message. It's all obvious. Which makes the point of the movie, as she slowly sells her soul to Miranda's way of life, more poignant. It is more apparent what she's doing, and what she's doing wrong.
I couldn't do what you did to Nigel, Miranda. I couldn't do something like that. You already did. To Emily. That's not what I...
On the other hand, the movie is so blatantly sincere that it robs itself of tension. Everything is telegraphed so obviously.
My personal life is hanging by a thread, that's all.
No, join the club. That's what happens when you start doing well at work, darling. Let me know when your whole life goes up in smoke. When is this time for a promotion?
I put this on the shoulders of David Frankel, the director. His filmography leaves a lot to be desired. The Devil Wears Prada is a movie made by genre conventions, and that genre is sadly rom-com. Even though the movie isn't a rom-com, it's made like one. The camera angles, the editing, the music choices.
Nigel.
No. I don't know what you expect me to do.
The way the movie frames its reaction. It all feels like a rom-com. The thing saving this movie from imploding and ruining what it does well is the cast.
It's Nate's birthday tonight, so we're having a little party for him.
Yeah, I'm hearing this, and I want to hear this.
The cast in this movie are phenomenal. And despite the lackluster direction, they do manage to shine. From Meryl Streep and Anne Hathaway shining on center, to Stanley Tucci and Emily Blunt shining on the side. It is a movie that is literally saved by performances. Miranda Priestley could have easily become a cartoon with her way of life and her demands. And Andrea Sachs could have easily become a martyr joke with how naive and innocent she remains through the movie. But the performances of their respective actors means that they become believable characters. Again, the movie is iconic, and I do enjoy watching it a lot. I remember the cube of cheese or tell me when your life completely unravels. But at the same time, I look at the movie and think about how mediocre it looks visually. Despite the great performances and the amazing costumes and the story and the characters and the dialogue, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a movie that is anything beyond the next Hallmark feature. It's a shame. But I'm glad that the good stuff about the movie manages to find their way. I didn't speak about the content of the movie much, because honestly I think the movie basically gives you everything you need. How much are you willing to give in your pursuit of success? How much are you willing to submit to people above you from fear? How much of your life is your career? That rhymed. Why doesn't she dump her unsupportive boyfriend? Why does she go along with him belittling her and pouting and acting like a child? She can do so much better. Wait. Go back. Is that... The power of Lee compels you. The power of Lee compels you. The power of Lee compels you. Please. I'm sorry. I didn't want to watch it. I just had nothing better to do. And that's why I will never be a good actor. Le bang. 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 Le maire. Convenancier. Le lot så går først klær. Det slår flest des jours. Le maire. De la fraise. Je ne sais. C'est la pie. I will not do these subtitles for this whole section, but I just want to talk to you about the various Indochino. Okay, I'm not going to subject you to that, but I want you to know how close I came to doing this whole section with a truly awful French accent. That looked cool. I don't care what you say, that looked fucking cool. My professional and personal disdain of French cinema is something that I've mentioned on and off before. I am not a big lover of them. There are French directors I admire, there are French directors I tolerate, and there are French directors I kind of don't really like. So my tendency to go and watch a French movie on my own without some sort of outside force, whether reviews, recommendations, or historical importance, is very low. Despite all of that, I did enjoy Dien Bien Phu. This is an epic. If you have seen the last installment of We Didn't Start the Fire, you are familiar with the term. If you haven't, first of all, do go and check it out. But here is the gist of it from that video. Epics are to some extent a personification of the power of cinematic industry. They are basically a movie studio or country showing off their prowess in filmmaking. They are big, expensive, long, absurdly packed with characters, and oftentimes very simplistic. People in epics don't talk with irony. Epics need to be sincere and they need to be upfront. People are who they are shown to be. Dien Bien Phu is an epic, and it is worthy of being called an epic. This is a movie that easily can drag you along on the charm of the performances and the spectacle of the battlefield alone. That is really good, because it doesn't do the one things epics have to do. It's not good at conveying information.
L'avare est à Hanoï et sa barde avec Connie. Il faut envisager la chute pour la nuit prochaine. C'est ce que Connie a dit à Navarre. Et Castres, je le cite, nous pouvons être disloqués par la prochaine attaque.
I usually break good parts and bad parts apart and discuss them separately, but for this entry I'm going to do them interchangeably. Dien Bien Phu is wonderful to experience and to look at. I did enjoy myself going through it. I did enjoy watching the American journalists go from place to place getting scoop on how the battle is going. I did enjoy watching the battlefield and the soldiers talking about how long they can hold positions. Positions that we know are lost anyways. Power of hindsight. It is intriguing to see, but I didn't understand what was happening for a major chunk of the movie.
C'est quoi déjà ton corps d'origine?
Détaché du train en attente d'affectation. J'étais responsable des pirogues sur la haute rivière Noire. J'étais un petit roi là-haut. Laïcho, Fongto, la frontière de Chine. Tu peux pas savoir. Et puis quand les Viet ont rappliqué, ils m'ont replié dans ce merdier-là.
I think this movie expects you to already know what happened in Dien Bien Phu and the lead up to the Second Indochina War, aka the Vietnam War.
Good morning, Vietnam!
This is something a lot of these movies do, and I always consider that a big flaw. If you expect your audience to already know the context of your movie, and you're not making a sequel, you're doing something wrong. It's okay to use the setting and events that the more knowledgeable audience members would pick up on for theme, atmosphere, or even subtext, but whatever happens within the story needs to be told within the story. For the first 30 minutes of the movie, I was completely lost. I didn't know what was happening or who was doing what. I didn't even know really about the First Indochina War because I haven't read up or studied it much outside of, glances to the history. If it was World War II or the Third Crusade, I would have probably noticed it less, as I think was the case with Saladin the Victorious, the one I did in the first We Didn't Start the Fire. But because this movie was about an event I wasn't familiar with already, that point really stuck out. It's something that can easily drive me away from a movie. 30 minutes to spend in darkness is not enjoyable, nor it is inviting to keep you going. This is why most war epics have that, little text at the beginning of them giving you a small overview of what has happened. A sort of meta previously on. If I wasn't watching Dien Bien Phu for this video, and I didn't have an admittedly self-inflicted obligation to see it through, I think I would have checked out of the movie after 30 minutes. I'm glad I stuck by it. After the 30 minutes you tend to get a feel of how the movie disperses information and just, pick up on clues. This is a shame for this movie. The performances are charming and they invite you in, but without that context it's hard to understand why you're dragging yourself along. Epics are big. That's their nature. And most of them require a few viewings to fully grasp everything. I understand that, and I think by the second viewing I probably would know more about the First Indochina War and the fall of Dien Bien Phu, and would get more out of the movie. But the first viewing shouldn't be as much of a dilemma as it was. There is also the question of point of view. The movie is made by a veteran of the First Indochina War. Pierre, I'm going to mispronounce his last name, Chou En-Lai. was present at the fall of the Dien Bien Phu. And part of the appeal of this movie is the fact that the director was there and has created a realistic picture of the war. The movie also has the blessing of the Vietnamese armed forces because it was made in cooperation with them. But it's hard to look at it and don't see the influence of that point of view. It is a movie made by a French director about a French disaster. And so they minimize their own atrocities and don't ask any critical questions about the Battle of Dien Bien Phu and the whole First Indochina War. The light source is there, so I'm getting a shadow every time I bring my hand up. Poor planning. I should have been over there. I understand that it comes with the genre. Probably the Vietnamese weren't really happy with bringing up a lot of old wounds either, and Pierre needed a huge amount of money and resources from both Vietnamese and French armed forces, so he relented. Where the movie gets critical is so paper thin that it almost becomes inconsequential. There are interesting discussions to be had about the role that the French played in French and Indochina and the emergence of people who want to free Vietnam and also have loyalties to the French. But the movie just brushes them away with poetic-esque dialogue.
J'aime Victor Hugo, les philosophes français, et j'aime aussi boire du vin rouge. Et pourtant, j'ai passé 5 ans dans les bails français.
Again, it wasn't very surprising. It comes with the genre. Epics are usually beholden to whatever funds them. They are some of the most glorious pieces of subversive propaganda and sometimes obvious propaganda you can find. So I don't take this in bad faith against the movie. It is still a wonderful experience to see. From the very start, even if you don't know what the hell is going on, the movie manages to be entertaining. The atmosphere that Pierre, I'm on a first name basis with him now because I cannot read his fucking last name. So yeah, the atmosphere that Pierre has created is wonderful. It does feel like a city on the verge of a war, and a battle that is giving out its last breaths. You see the casualties of war, and you can see the many aspects of it, from the general's room being indecisive about leaving the area or keep fighting a losing battle, to the people who feed on supply drops from the army by sneaking around the battlefield. It is a shockingly realistic and at sometimes tragically heartless movie. So it's with a heavy heart that I have to tell you I did in fact enjoy a French movie. I don't know how I can live with myself now. Have you ever played The Movies? It's a video game by Lionhead Studios, rest in peace, and it puts you in charge of a Hollywood movie studio. It's, coincidentally, one of my favorite games of all time. I mean, it combines tycoon games, which I love, with movies, which I also love. If you go back far enough in the channel, you will find a video of me talking about it back in my born in quarantine days. It's a great game, and it needs a lot more love than it is given. Even though the interlocking system means that even if you're away from your save for a single week, you have to start over because you have no idea what is the trajectory for each specific actor and director that you planned a while ago. But I mean, who doesn't have 80 hours to spend consecutively on one single video game? Right? Anyways, I promise this tangent is going somewhere. If you have played the game, and if you haven't, it's pretty easy to see what it is. You probably have developed your own strategy for creating a successful movie studio. I'm going to share mine, and it will be pretty heartless. My strategy was to never have idle workers. Allow me to elaborate. At some point in the game, you unlock ways of creating your own movies instead of relying on generated scripts. It's pretty exciting. Now, you have to realize it is a game and you will play it in the way it wants to, but at some point you have to make that magnum opus, right? You're going to have to make that big epic movie you want. An adaptation of Don Quixote starring all of your major stars and is over 5 hours long, and it will be the biggest movie ever. Now that movie will involve your highest rated stars. If two of them are in a relationship, they probably will play opposite each other, and you tailor it to be perfect. Tons of extras, tons of sets, new exciting sets, and tons of crew. Great. When it's all done, you realize that you have your other director wandering around, and perhaps a new actor who is not the highest rated. Your least exciting set is going to be unused, and your newest and least experienced crew members are idling by, because there wasn't enough jobs for them. You do have two directors, right? Like, never play the movies with just one director. Even if you work your director until the very day they retire, they will not be able to get proficient in all genres. I usually divide them into twos, one director for action, sci-fi, and horror, and another director for comedy and romance. Sometimes when I want to feel like extra, I will make a director like specifically for horror and like make the director the best horror director ever. But the problem is the genre interests change and you can't rely on that for all of them. I don't know why I divide them like that. It's probably something to do with the nature of those genres or whatever. That's literally my field of study in university. And here I am making excuses to not get into it. Because, I already get into it in university. Anyway, I really do promise this tangent is going somewhere. Now, the idle director and actor and crew go off to make a short movie in the unused set. The story doesn't matter, the quality doesn't matter either. You might micromanage everything about the big production and make sure that everyone is in a good mood while filming it. And at the same time, the small production is going on in the background. You just know it's done when you hear that sound that a movie is finished. That movie's whole existence is there to make sure your idle director and crew and actor don't get paid for doing nothing. And the ultimate goal of that is to make some money. Who cares what the story is, or who cares about the quality? You probably definitely don't care about what the critics say. It's a movie, by the definition, and nothing more. As I said, it's pretty heartless, but it's a game, and you need to have money to make your epic love story about an old man thinking he's an old knight and his squire. Rock Around the Clock feels like the smaller production nobody gave a shit about. The story is laughable.
We're going to try to get the people dancing again. I figure if Haley's combo can do this in Strawberry Springs, maybe they can do it in the rest of the country.
It's so cliched that it does actually feel like it was written by AI, even though it was made in 1956. There is nothing even remotely close to a well-defined character here, and the lines feel like they come out of a 50s sitcom line generator.
Well, are we big Broadway stars or aren't we? Well, let's just say that you'll be close to Broadway. How close? Hartford, Connecticut. Hartford?
Do we have a 50s sitcom line generator? We don't. It's apparent the quality of the movie wasn't anyone's concern. It was mostly about cashing out on Big Haley's big record, and they did.
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock.
They even had a scene where Alan Freed does a favor to promote Bill Haley's band for an amount of money he was loaned. Oh, you're not laughing now, but when we get to Paola, eventually you will be rolling on the floor. When we do come back and hear this joke again. There are good things about the movie though, and most of them are bare minimum. I'm really glad the movie didn't do the whole segregation bullshit, and the final shot of the movie where all the acts that appeared in the movie gather around, there is both black performers and white performers on the stage. I'm really glad about that. It's not something a lot of movies from 1956 can claim to have done, so props when deserved. It was a pretty cool thing for the movie to have done. It is also not trying to be anything more than the obvious cash grab, low effort movie it is. It's 76 minutes long and the story fills around 40 minutes of it. There is 30 minutes of music videos where different acts get to play their songs uninterrupted, and it moves along swiftly. I'll try not to be mean about it, but this is the kind of movie I want to describe as background movie. It's the kind of movie you see in other better movies playing in the background. It just is a movie. It's pictures moving at 24 frames per second, giving us the illusion of movement. It's a movie by definition, but it's nothing more than that. Told you that Tangent had a fucking point. Our second interlude. Wait, don't skip. This is going to be shorter than the first one, I promise. You're not skipping? Okay. I want to take a moment and go through the works of Andrew Lloyd Webber. You're going to skip, aren't you? God damn it. Yep. Looks like a car. IQ, the 1994 romantic comedy directed by Fred Schipisi, starring Tim Robbins, Meg Ryan, and Walter Matthau, with music by Jerry Goldsmith, written by Andy Breckman and Michael J. Leeson, based on a story by Andy Breckman, is one of the stupidest movies I have ever seen. And I've seen a lot of stupid movies. There are layers in how dumb this movie is. It's a rom-com with Albert Einstein himself playing a major dramatic role in. It's one of those movies that downright fetishizes physics and shits all over psychology and, human science. And despite being a movie about scientists and really wanting to sound smart, it becomes laughably dumber whenever it talks theory or anything relating to physics. It's a movie that is, by all accounts, very, very dumb.
An atom collided with an atom, that collided with an atom, and so on, until it collided with us.
Yeah, 2 atoms, those sexy little cuties.
And I should know, because I just read in my script that I've written psychics instead of physics. Jesus. Remember this? The story of the movie is that Meg Ryan, I'm not calling them by their character names, goes to the garage where Tim Robbins works. Tim Robbins falls in love with her at first sight. Tim Robbins decides, despite Meg Ryan having a fiancé, to pursue her, and in that pursuit comes face to face with Meg Ryan's uncle, Albert Einstein, played by Walter Matthau. Because Einstein and his 3 friends, Gödel, Podolsky, and Liebknecht, think that Tim Robbins is better for Meg Ryan than her current fiancé, the experimental psychologist Stephen Fry, they decide to fool Meg Ryan by acting like Tim Robbins is a nuclear scientist. That's the plot. And yeah, it is exactly that dumb.
In addition to being a very fine automotive mechanic, he is also in physics something of a wunderkind.
On top of that, the movie is horrendously directed. It has some of the worst editing I can recall in recent memory, and the general flow of the movie is very, very poor. Things go around in circles, and the movie doesn't help by literally framing the story in a few select locations only, and with the same look to all of them. No. We are not over the writing yet. It's so stupid.
You can't get from there to here because you always have to cover half the remaining distance. Like from me to you, I have to cover half of it. But see, I still have half of that remaining, so I cover half that. And there's still half of that left, so I cover half of that.
Meg's Ryan character is supposed to be the ditzy nerd, despite being Meg Ryan. Tim Robbins is also supposed to be the naive, wide-eyed dream boy who is very good with his hands. Both of these characteristics are arbitrary, because halfway through the movie they forget who are they characters. They forget they even have characters, so they become literally boy and girl. I'm not even going to call them by their actor's name. Girl decides, and literally out of nowhere, decides that she now loves boy, despite the boy lying to her all the time. When girl figures out that he was lying, which based on the character the movie had built up until then was downright impossible, she confronts boy, but then forgives him, again, out of nowhere. And this is on top of the fact that whenever boy sees girl, boy suddenly becomes this man of, all matters of wise heart. He knows the world of emotions, and the movie's attempt at portraying girl's fiancé, Stephen Fry, as malicious is downright idiotic when you take a second and realize the man's efforts are being ridiculed by the movie and everyone in it, and he is literally being pushed out of a relationship. I'm gonna leave that. This isn't actually that bad of a look. They try to frame him as condescending and too proper, but they don't even go that far with it. The character they made with girl is literally dependent on Stephen Fry, because otherwise she wouldn't have survived breakfast.
Chipmunk, your spoon.
Oh.
Your spoon, it's on the floor.
Oh. Are you ready to order?
Yes, I think the usual, please.
No, I'll have a cup of coffee and a corn muffin, please.
Darling, that is your usual.
Oh.
We're supposed to see girl as whimsical and charming, and we do because it's fucking Meg Ryan. But in reality, she has no logic in her actions or her course of thought. And she's a physicist. On top of that, the movie's own sense of continuity is completely screwed over. Things are declared a scene earlier seem to have been disregarded. Take this guy, for example, yelling in Stephen Fry's office. He's supposed to be in a time deprivation experiment. We can imagine what that means, because unlike the movie, we are not stupid. Boy gives his watch to that guy in the early parts of the movie, and it seems to have calmed him down. But the next time we're in Stephen Fry's office, the guy is banging his head and singing Hallelujah again and screaming. It feels like the movie forgot what it did with that character. It feels like they later decided to add the watch scene, but they have already filmed this later part. I don't know. That might be it. The production could have been that messy. Nobody has made a documentary about it, and good. It's IQ. Nobody has made a documentary or docudrama about the behind the scenes of Terence Fisher's 1957 movie, The Curse of Frankenstein, and that is actually a better movie. That's the movie that jump-started Hammer horror era and gave life to the career of Christopher Lee, one of the best actors of all time. Now I'm done with the writing, for the most part. Let's go back to the directing. The directing is really not doing the already subpar writing any favors. If the intention of some scenes weren't so idiotically simple, it would be downright impossible to decipher what the mess of close-ups and editing mess is supposed to convey. The second scene in Stephen Fry's lab should be studied. The way the movie tries to convey messiness and chaos bleeds through to the direction. Each shot feels like it is off by a little bit. The performances in this scene is particular, range from confused to unenthusiastic. The sound is all over the place, and the editing is so bad. It just cuts from shot to shot without any rhyme or reason. I hate editing, but learn to edit and learn to sound mix. Oh, sound. This movie has some really bad ADR, even for 1994. It's one of the worst cases of ADR I have seen, and I've seen a lot of spaghetti western. I've seen the English dub of Cry Onion.
Better look out for him.
Wait for me outside. I'll take care of them and join you in a minute, huh?
My expectations are already on the floor. This movie manages to go subterranean.
Easy if you just undermine her confidence. But we shouldn't do that. How?
Will be obscure and obtuse.
As always.
And you know the worst part of it? The thing that makes it sting so much? Walter Matthau is really good in it.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Next time I bring my goggles, yeah?
Yeah, I moved, and that is now lit again. His character is not very well written. The whole movie isn't. But goddammit, is Walter Matthau a joy to just watch. Any scene he is in becomes 100 times better just by his sheer presence. It is a fantastic performance. The fact that despite all of the stupidity that this movie drips in, I genuinely could believe Walter Matthau was Albert Einstein should tell you about the power of that performance. The thing is that when I saw the poster of the movie and I saw he was playing Einstein, in my head I just pictured Walter Matthau as Einstein. And I thought I had a picture. It was basically his role in Dennis the Menace. Remember Dennis the Menace? I know it's not a good movie, but it's one of my biggest guilty pleasures. Do check it out if you haven't. It's a child wreaking havoc movie, so you know what you're getting into. But it's fun. It's harmless. Walter Matthau and Christopher Lloyd are really fun to watch in that movie. I wish I was watching Dennis the Menace. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yeah. I thought he was going to play Einstein, well, as another Walter Matthau character. That gone off again. He didn't. He literally played him very seriously, and it's glorious. Unironically good. I kind of wish he was portraying him in a serious biopic or something. It's a really good performance. And it's the only thing this movie has as a saving grace. It wasn't particularly a hard watch in a sense that it didn't really infuriate me with its subtext or its theme or its messages. But it's a really stupid movie. It's hard to watch it and not feel like your intelligence is being insulted directly. That was a good metaphor. There is a level where dumb movies become fun. We all have our examples for it. But IQ isn't like that. It's not so dumb, it's fun. It's just dumb. Because of that, I have talked so much about it. It's a dumb movie, and that dumbness is something that needs mentioning. It's something that can easily impact your viewing. If it wasn't for Walter Matthau and the general charm of its cast, it would have been a much harsher ride. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Why did I've written so much about it. By the way, I know the acoustics here are really bad, and this is probably incredibly echoey. But it was all worth it for that, joke at the beginning, wasn't it? The character is a mechanic, so I'm standing in front of a car. I still don't know how to ride it. By the time you're watching this, I might do. I'm taking driving classes, but... by the time I'm recording this, I don't know how to ride this car. Or any car. The joke, oh, it looks like a car. That wasn't a joke. I really don't know how it should look otherwise. I think that's the battery. I'm not sure. It's an okay movie, I guess. "42" is a movie about Jackie Robinson, the first ever black baseball player who played on Major League Baseball for Brooklyn Dodgers, the winning team that Billy Joel is talking about. The story of the movie is before that though. He was probably very good at playing baseball. I wouldn't know. As I've said it before, time and time, I don't know how this stupid game is played. 42 is also a movie so toothless that it would have problems drinking a smoothie because it's too gritty. If I tell you that this movie is a biopic of Jackie Robinson, you probably will get an image in your head based on previous sports biopics you've seen. A very melodramatic retelling of events where they are mentioned and recreated, but never really discussed or dissected. You'd be correct. That is 42. But the movie actually goes one step beyond in removing anything of substance. A short summary for those of you who are unfamiliar. Jackie Robinson was hired by Branch Rickey, the owner of Brooklyn Dodgers, in 1945. I almost said 1985 there. That's a whole other, what do you call it? Historical fiction. No, parallel universe thing. Fuck, I don't know. A short summary for those of you who are unfamiliar. Jackie Robinson was hired by Branch Rickey, the owner of Brooklyn Dodgers, in 1945. For those of you unfamiliar with American history, that was 18 years before Martin Luther King made that speech that, white conservatives love to use to justify their racist beliefs. So the law of the land is pretty much segregation.
A black man in white baseball. Can you imagine the reaction? The vitriol?
So, that's a major step. A black athlete is entering the white-dominated major leagues of baseball. He comes head-to-head with anything you might imagine. Racist-ass players? Check. Racist-ass people? Check. Defying norms, meaning racist-ass co-workers? Check. Racist-ass hotel managers? Check. It's basically Jackie Robinson being confronted by racist asses. And how do you know he would face them? Who cares? We have some big Branch Rickey balls to appreciate. There is an underlying lie in everything I'm talking about here. 42 is a movie about Jackie Robinson, as in, he is the subject of the movie. Because, allow me to tell you, he isn't the main character. He isn't the protagonist of the story. That's Branch Rickey. He is the one who sets everything in motion, and he's the one fighting the obstacles.
You break an unwritten law, you'll be an outcast. So be it.
Literally, all that Jackie does in the movie is nothing. He's urged to do less by Branch Rickey. I know Harrison Ford is the biggest star and that is why he's given this treatment, even though his performance,
It is my pleasure.
isn't bad, but I would consider it on the same level as Tim Curry in It, which is getting out of your shell and doing something very cartoonish. But it does make the movie fall easily into the trap of most movies that try to talk about race, but want to do it in a coward's way. They make sure the audience knows that the black guy would be nothing without the white guy next to him. It's weird that off the top of my head, without needing to remind myself of it, I can name 2 other movies about black athletes who do the same exact thing. 42 doesn't want to ruffle a lot of feathers, so the racism on display is also incredibly sanitized. Don't get me wrong, they use the slurs a lot.
You don't belong here, Nick!
But as a movie about how one man's journey into Major League Baseball led to more black athletes being allowed to join in. Oh look! It's Roy Campanella! I know that name. Now, after I did a movie about him. I talked about a movie about him. It doesn't want to show any actual struggles other than internal ones. Internal struggles are great. They make for great cinema. But movies who deal with those internal struggles need one important thing. They need to have well-developed characters. Jackie Robinson in the movie 42 is many things. He's a great ball player. He's a trendsetter. He's physically strong. But he's not a character. Everything about Jackie Robinson in the movie 42 is about what happened to him.
Team stops at a restaurant. Waiter won't take your order. Didn't you see the sign on the door?
That's why he isn't even the protagonist. Hitting that ball might seem like an action, but in the story, hitting that ball is inconsequential. It's not what makes this story go forward, because it's not about the act of playing baseball. Jackie Robinson could have been a good football player, or a good hockey player, or a good table tennis player. It would be the same. What he does is inconsequential. What's important is the bravery of Branch Rickey for putting this black player amongst the white-dominated sport to test both the sport itself and its fan base. I hope my irony was coming true. It doesn't help that the movie also treats a lot of the sporting events with the same level of over-the-top melodrama as... well...
I got nobody at home. Nobody.
So it's a movie that wants to say something, but is too much of a coward to do so. It basically just shrugs and say, racism bad, with a veneer of, but it was solved in baseball in the 1940s and we don't have to think about it anymore.
Headed for home, sweet home.
It might be that I'm too much of a pessimist these days, personal stuff, but I feel like the way this movie was trying to make the audience, and particularly white audience, feel good was incredibly cynical. It felt almost like it was trying to lull you into feeling good and not questioning it. I'm not saying you shouldn't feel good. You should. The fact that Jackie Robinson got to break a barrier that in a just world wouldn't be there to begin with is something to feel good about. But to frame his journey and his troubles as Branch Rickey's bravery is toothless. There is a scene in which one of the players has gotten a threat from some people and comes to Branch Rickey's office. Branch Rickey then shows that player 3 folders filled with death threats to Jackie Robinson.
Does Jackie know?
Well, of course he does. And the FBI. They're taking a threat in Cincinnati pretty seriously.
On the surface, it looks like the movie is talking about the backlash that Robinson, playing in a major league, got from the prominently white audience. But that's what it looks like. By taking the focus out of Robinson in this scene and making Branch Rickey the person who shows the letters, the movie is doing something deliberate here. This is the first time we're seeing these death threats. This is the first time we're confronted with the possibility of someone killing Jackie Robinson over him playing baseball. There is a scene earlier about some guys who might do physical harm to Jackie, but there it seems like a small scuffle, and even then Branch Rickey is the person who gets the news of it first. By not showing Jackie's response to these death threats, the movie avoids talking about them in a meaningful way. You can't see the first time Jackie gets one of these letters. Was he frightened? It's a game after all. Is it worth taking that risk? Or maybe even more depressingly, he wasn't even bothered by it because it's something he has faced time and time before? The movie sidesteps that because that would be too hard to put in an inspirational scene. Jack is not here to have character and depth. Jack is here to hit the ball with the wood. I assume. I know he hits it, so I know that's part of the game. Apparently also, a huge part of this game is also making, finger dicks. I'm like pointing at your thigh. That's what I got. There is also a more cynical approach to this scene. By putting Branch Rickey as a person who does open about the death threats, the movie is putting the spotlight on him again. Suddenly the question of Jackie Robinson getting these letters takes a backseat for a passive question of, well, isn't Branch Rickey such a marvelous guy for being so brave and actually putting Jackie in the game despite the death threats? Suddenly Jackie's response to death threats feels unnecessary. We already have a response to these death threats.
I bet he wishes he wasn't leading the league in hit by pitch. I bet he wishes people didn't want to kill him. The world's not so simple anymore.
And it's by our white Ford savior. You may have noticed that I have a slight problem when it comes to talking about movies and art in general, in that I really can't bring myself to call something worthless. In the back of my head, I remember my own experiences, and I know even if the end result is a pile of shit, there were people who worked their best on those piles of shit. That's why I try to bring out the good stuff in movies as well, and talk even briefly about a good performance, or a good piece of music, or a good scene or something. I bring that up because I'm not going to do it for 42. I don't think this movie is worthless. No movie is worthless, except Grown Ups 2. That movie is worthless. The reason I don't want to muddy my own point is that I think you can guess what is the movie's strong point. It's a biopic starring Chadwick Boseman and Harrison Ford. It's standard stuff. It's what you expect. Sadly, it is exactly what you expect. For a brief moment there, and it was very brief, I tried to do it as Harrison Ford does Branch Rickey, which is talk like this, like you are afraid to open your mouth and have a very weird southern accent. But then I realized this is very annoying and also incredibly hard on my lips. Like seriously, even doing this now, I feel like my lips are gonna, bruise. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. A lot of the things I read around this movie has been just that. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. And I think I know why, when an actor, a beloved actor dies, people tend to go back and rewrite their reviews or just rewatch one of their movies. I know when Christopher Lee died, some of his worst movies, some of the movies where they were absolutely worthless, became nostalgic pieces to me. House of the Long Shadows is one of them. I really don't like House of the Long Shadows. But after watching, I watch it because, it has Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, Vincent Price, and John Carradine in it. And Desian as his son. But, it's like after Christopher Lee's death, because it's the death that I remember. I don't remember Vincent Price's death. I don't remember Peter Cushing's death. I definitely don't remember John Carradine's death. So Christopher Lee's death was the one that affected me. I watched that movie and then I realized, oh shit, I missed this guy. So House of the Long Shadows suddenly became a better movie because of that. Not a better movie, just that when I watch it, it's all I can think of. And I know that happened with 42 as well, because, as I said, everything I read is like, fuck cancer, rest in peace Chadwick Boseman. And I agree with that sentiment. I can understand that sentiment. But the reason I'm being this cold-hearted about it is because I think that we need to remember that despite our love for the performance, we need to discuss the movie's weak points. I'm willing to do the same for House of the Long Shadows if I do a video on it someday, and I might. Never say never. Wasn't that a Justin Bieber song? Okay, we'll be having more interludes, but blame Billy Joel for suddenly changing his rhyming scheme. I briefly mentioned Dennis the Menace movie when I was talking about Walter Matthau, and that unlocked a weird memory in my head. I knew about Dennis the Menace, but I don't remember how. Then since I recorded those lines, I watched Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Power of attorney, habeas corpus, power of... Great show. I realized I knew a lot of Hanna-Barbera side characters without actually watching any of their respective shows. But for this one, I had an explanation. There are these old Yogi Bear comics, and some of them were translated into Persian a long while ago, and we had one in my grandparents' house. So without even realizing it, I was familiarizing myself with these characters and their journeys, these artifacts of pop culture finding their ways to me in written form. I didn't even know Yogi pronounced them picnic baskets until I saw the Dan Aykroyd movie adaptation. Yet I knew about this hippopotamus and had read the comics about these characters. And something is oddly fascinating about that to me. Internet wasn't really an option for me when I was growing up, so to find these characters in old, often forgotten artifacts and then having them in my mind seems almost quaint to me. Oh, by the way, the reason I brought up Dennis the Menace, I think I saw the old cartoon episodes on TV or somewhere. That's why I knew who he was before the movie. I want to say there were probably some translated comic strips too, but honestly I couldn't find any trace of them online, so it might be my brain making stuff up. The original plan was to do the whole miniseries that aired on Disney, but that was going to be around 6 hours, and I think Angels in America taught me a great lesson about not doing 6 hours in one day. So that plan was substituted to watching the movie recut of the first 3 episodes, which was released as Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier. I mean, it wasn't rhyming in the naming. I knew of Davy Crockett. The song that originated from the Disney miniseries, Ballad of the Davy Crockett, does have a prolific filmography. I even learned quite a bit of it, so I knew of Davy Crockett, but until today I hadn't seen the Disney Davy Crockett project. That's a mouthful. I know it to be incredibly over the top and does exaggerate the greatness of the titular character. It is also from 1950s, and I will get to it, but it does push very specific views. First off, on a technical level, we have to remember that this movie is in fact a TV project. It was supposed to be a TV miniseries, and the unpredicted success of it meant that it got recut as a feature film. So I don't take the problems in bad faith. The medium was different, so the uninspired camera angles and the general simplicity of everything can be attributed to that. One thing is though, Fess Parker, who plays the titular Davy Crockett, is really bad.
I figured the same thing, ought to work on bars, but I never got a chance to find out. The major here come along and busted up my concentrating. I wound up having to wrestle this particular critter into table meat. What would you hankering to see me about, General?
The script isn't doing him any favors, and the bad dialogue does make sure that anyone else in that position would also have troubles. But he's a peculiar kind of bad. For one thing, he seems like he really doesn't want to be there. His voice is extremely monotone. No matter whether his wife dies, his friend is mad with him, he's happy, or is disappointed, or angry, he has the exact same tone of voice and expression.
If we riled up and showed that we were the kind of men our friends and neighbors figured we was, when they sent us here, a bill like this would never live long enough to even get on our desk, let alone come to a vote.
That's true, by the way. He's a really bad actor. Oh yeah, his wife does die. Let me give you a very simple rundown of the story. Davy Crockett is a guy from Tennessee. He's a frontiersman and settler. He wrestles bears and wears buckskin clothes and coonskin caps, both of which I did not have, so I wore a shirt and a hat. He was also part of Andrew, I'm going to kill Native Americans because they expect me to honor my deals, Jackson's army in Creek War. He later went on to be the representative for Tennessee in Congress during Andrew Jackson's presidency, and later went to Alamo, where he died there.
As long as we remember the Alamo.
I refuse to remember the Alamo. The movie does exaggerate the virtues of Davy Crockett, but I mean, have you heard the Ballad of Davy Crockett? It is basically a hagiography of the man. He does the right thing at all times, even in retrospective. That makes it so that when he says lines like this,
"White man's law would be good for Injun if you'd give it half a chance,"
it appears as if the movie is putting his views as the common sense. It's a Western from 1950s. It's a classical Western from 1950s. Davy Crockett also had a relationship with Native Americans, and you might have guessed how they are represented in this movie is not very favorable. The movie treats them as something of a parasite, even when the movie is at its kindest to them, like how Davy tries to stop Andrew Jackson's Indian Act. It treats them as a burden that the noble United States has to tolerate.
They say, Indian got no land. I show paper. This land belong Cherokee. They tear paper up, then Charlie Two-Shirt fight.
Reckon I'm going to take on that job of magistrate right now.
It is very patronizing to Native Americans. And yeah, it's a 1950s classical Western. Of course, it has people putting on a red face to portray Native Americans. On top of that, the movie has a big Christian undertone to it to give itself a sense of holiness. As if anything that Davy Crockett and people like him do, no matter how patronizing or how humiliating or belittling, is destined and ordained.
Why you no kill me?
Maybe because of another law. We have trouble living up to it. Ain't bad for red man or white man alike. Thou shalt not kill.
I keep saying it's a classical Western from 1950s because it is. All that I've said about it is not surprising, but don't take that as me justifying it. Davy Crockett, King of the White Frontier, is made by Disney. It does have some blood and some more mature things like political scene after Andrew Jackson's presidency, but even those are simplified to the point of making it understandable by a child. Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier, is a children's program. It wants to act like an educational program, teaching young children about the pioneer days. The Ballad of Davy Crockett is a good song, but above all else, it's an educational, catchy song.
Headed back to war from the old home place, but Red Stick was leading a merry chase.
Its primary goal is to give out information about Davy Crockett, and those information have gone through many filters to make sure they imprint a certain ideology on the young American viewer. Going by the movie alone, Davy Crockett and people like him were kind because they were Christian, and sophisticated because they were American. It's a movie with a very clear intention, and it wraps itself in glorifying a certain identity. I don't need to tell you what that identity is. Davy Crockett is a badass manly man who only wants the good of people around him, even if that means patronizing them. I understand why so many kids would like this character. I understand why it became a big deal when it came out. It's a reassuring, sanitized history lesson who openly commends the virtues of being Christian and American to a 1950s audience. And probably meant that they managed to imprint every life lesson they wanted onto their children. It became a big deal because it never questioned anything. Even Andrew Jackson got a good deal out of it. Andrew fucking Jackson. Even when Davy Crockett is criticizing him, he still goes,
I've known General Jackson for half of my born life, and I'm sure he's got nothing but the good of the country at heart.
It's a work in compliancy, with one hell of a catchy song in the heart of it, and one hell of a bad performance leading it. I'm glad I saw it because it gave me a window into what people were enjoying back in the day. It puts the ballad of Davy Crockett in perspective. It makes me realize how easy it was to recite a propaganda. Davy, Davy Crockett, I don't really like you. You know why a lot of people say that criticizing art by comparing it to food is a wrong approach? Comparisons in general tend to lose a lot of nuance, but comparing art to food can bring out a big misunderstanding. Cooking is a sort of an art in and of itself, but it's an art form with pretty clear ingredients, each designed to do something specific. Salt has certain qualities, and adding it to a dish brings out certain aspect of it. For example, if you like your baked potatoes to be saltier, you add more salt. I actually wanted a prop baked potato, I was too lazy to make one. The reason that analogy falters when it comes to art is that different aspects of a work of art are not as clear as food ingredients. The reason that comparisons removes a huge deal of nuance is that by comparing art to food, you subconsciously make the decision that, like food, art has components that make it into what it is, and those components, like ingredients, have a specific job and can be used to amplify or decrease their effects. You want a scene to be more emotional, then add more emotions to it. It should work that way if art was to be food. It doesn't. When you just add emotions, you get
I got nobody at home. Nobody.
That's one of the reasons Cinema Sin's style of criticizing misses a lot of what the movie is about. They're looking for the stray hair in the soup. Who cares about the soup if there is a hair in there? Also, before Cinema Sin's fans come out and say it's supposed to be entertainment, which seems to be the prime defense, I don't care if you like Cinema Sins, but their style of, I can't do air quotes, criticism has blended into public discussions of art, and that is depressing. To look at a piece of art and ignore all of it for some minute discrepancies. A lot of people are doing that kind of criticism, and yeah, it does have high entertainment value, but it's worthless in any other case. The reason I went on another big tangent here is that Hook, the 1991 Steven Spielberg movie about a grown-up Peter Pan, should not work.
Don't try to stop me this time, Smee. Don't you dare try to stop me this time, Smee. Try to stop me.
It is cliched. The start of the movie is the plot of every guy realizes family is more important than work movie. It's nonsensical. The scenes don't flow into each other, and the character motivations and developments seem to change on a whim. It's got a very confused sense of style and setting, where it flows from comedy to tragedy in a way that would give you easily whiplash. If this movie was a food, it would be a very confused dish. All the ingredients are either misused or overused. But this movie is not food. Art is not food. That's right, despite everything I just said about Hook, the fact of viewing it and experiencing it, it just... Well, to quote famed philosopher Todd Andrew Howard...
And again, it just works.
Can you guess what he says there?
How much?
It's something that honestly I've tried my whole life to understand. I watched this movie for the first time when I was getting into movies because Steven Spielberg was a name I recognized. Even then, I knew there were problems with it. I knew the performance of Dustin Hoffman, as enjoyable as it is, as the titular Captain Hook was incredibly over the top and almost too silly.
Whenever children read, it will say, "Thus perished Peter Pan."
I knew all of the problems of the movie the first time I watched it, but unlike other movies, this time I didn't really care about them. I still enjoyed it. I still liked it. I still wanted it. Like Peter Pan! There will be more impersonations coming up. I think you probably do know about the movie, but if you don't, it's a story where Peter Pan has grown up and has married and has 2 kids. Captain Hook steals his children and brings them to Neverland, and Peter has to remember who he is in order to save his children and defeat Captain Hook. Robin Williams plays Peter Pan, Maggie Smith plays Wendy Darling, Bob Hoskins plays Mr. Smee, Phil Collins is in it for some reason, and Dustin Hoffman really plays Captain Hook.
Indeed, good forms me. What would the world be like without Captain Hook? There you go.
The movie does have an immense number of references, as one might imagine, to Peter Pan's lore. There is an underlying theme there of fearing time and fearing death, which is present in Peter Pan's original story as well. I'm going to show you something, and it's this. This is a translation of Peter Pan that I read when I was a kid. It's almost 2 decades old. When I read it, the whole inevitability that was characterized as the crocodile with the uncaring nature of time itself really stood out to me. And Hook really drives that home. By the way, funny thing, behind it says Steven Spielberg سازنده پارک جوراسیک با تغییراتی از روی این کتاب فیلمی به نام هوک ساخت. خبر تهیه فیلمی به نام هیچستان را نیز اخیراً خوانده ایم. Which I think means the miniseries Neverland. I don't know which movie they're talking about here. And this only works for my Iranian friends, Iranian viewers. This movie was priced at 1,750 tomans. Yeah, it's less than 2 decades old. Be depressed. Weirdly enough, I think that Hook got a lot of the themes and, honestly, humor that James M. Barrie had put into his book perfectly. I never read the play, nor have seen it, even though I kinda looked for it for a while ago. And so my sense really is the book version. Not just this though. This isn't really a good translation, if I'm honest. It's not the worst I've read, but it seems like the translator has missed some key points. Also, the book is kind of racist. I'm really glad Spielberg just mentions the Indians and doesn't actually show them.
You know, all the little Indians and the soldiers and all the lost boys.
Like, it's very weird that Disney got that part very right. Anyways, why does Hook work? There are many arguments that movies are made up of moments, meaning that if your movie can have a couple of good moments that stick out, the rest will fall into place. Those moments can be good and bad. It can range from clever girl to CGI gophers. I'm keeping it exclusively Spielberg this time. There is merit in that argument, and especially when discussing Hook. Hook has a lot of those certain moments, and John Williams' score does emphasize it. It's been some years since I've seen Hook, and yet the moment of Hook walking out of his cabin and the music of that scene was burnt into my head. I started humming it at the same time as the movie. So there is merit in that argument, but I think it's not fully developed. Moments do have an effect in creating a memorable movie, and good directors know where to put them. Spielberg definitely knows how to create them, even in his latest movies. They need sufficient fanfare to become memorable, and the movie does provide them. But there is something more at play here. We all know movies that have one or two moments, but the rest of the movie is, it falters because of the whiplash of those moments and the quality of the rest of the movie. Then I remembered another movie that has gotten me to think like that. The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones.
Now, my relationship with Nightmare is more complex because I've basically lived it and love it, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm not even joking. I have a list for it, and this is on it. While Hook is just an enjoyable experience, I remember fondly and go back to occasionally. There is something similar in both of them. They're not like other movies. They live in this little pocket universe where everything inside them and for them makes sense, but everything around them does not. All of their flaws in storytelling and character development takes a back seat because they feel appropriate with the pacing and the setting and the atmosphere these movies have created. As I said, Hook does employ a huge number of cliches. Peter at the beginning loses his son's baseball game. There is another baseball fucking reference in this series. It's the telltale sign in movies of absent father, and it's so very cliched. It's something that could have easily been eye-rolling, but in around 30 minutes, a tiny Julia Roberts takes out a drunk Robin Williams out the window, and a superbly overacting Dustin Hoffman smiles as if he's about to kill someone with a grin. The movie basically revels in itself so much that it's hard to look at the cliche parts and try to define the movie in those moments.
Peter Pan, prepare to meet thy doom. Dark and sinister man, have at thee.
It's a movie that I think anyone that has watched it remembers it. That's why I keep jokingly talk about Dustin Hoffman's performance. It is over the top. It is exaggerated. It is something that in any other movie would stick out like a sore thumb. But in Hook, it's the central performance. It is weirdly the glue that makes this weird little word believable. He revels in villainy. He loves it. And honestly, I love him for it.
I hate
Peter Pan. Hook is the perfect way of understanding why movies are not comparable to foods. Here is a movie where everything went off, but the sum of its parts becomes something gloriously unique. It's a movie so weird, you have to see to believe it. Is it good? It's okay. Is it bad? It's not perfect. Should you watch it? Yes. This very instance. You won't forget it. And this was really hard to hold, by the way. It left an imprint in my hand. The lengths I go to for your entertainment is comparable to the lengths Dustin Hoffman went for your entertainment. Okay, my friend who is manning the camera just said something. I'm going to repeat it. The lengths I go to for your entertainment, you should already be hooked. Elvis is a movie chronicling the wondrous life of late Elvis Presley, dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. It's a movie centered around his life, headlined by a slightly over-the-top performance by Hollywood sweetheart Kurt Russell. Elvis is a movie chronicling the wondrous life of late Elvis Presley, dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. Jokes aside, the comparison between this movie and the 2022 Baz Luhrmann extravaganza are inevitable to some extent. They're both named Elvis, and they are both made by directors with certain styles to their name. Where they differ, and that's what I'll be talking about mostly, is their intent and their focus. Elvis 2022 focused on Colonel Tom Parker and develops him, as much as that movie has development, and takes a distant look into Elvis's life. Elvis's life is in the peripherals, while Tom Parker is the main focus. That means it mostly becomes a movie about exploitation and a cautionary tale against Colonel Tom Parker, while Elvis 1979 focuses on Elvis himself and centers the movie around him and develops him more than any other character in the movie. Elvis's life and his rise and mistakes are the core of this movie. It also has a more grounded visual style and story. That means the movie is more of an exploration of who Elvis Presley was and what his life entailed.
Well, why do you have to go then?
I told you, it's my job. I got one more concert tour to do. I'm gonna miss doing them, too.
Are you gonna make any more movies?
Yeah. You know, I really wish I get better scripts. I think I'd like to play a lawyer or something.
You'd make a really good lawyer.
You think so?
Yeah.
It is possible to see why that is the case when you look at when the movie was made. Elvis died in 1977, and Elvis, I'm talking about the John Carpenter one from here on out, was made in 1979, 2 years after Elvis's death. Now, Elvis's final days were not really his best. He had put on a considerable amount of weight and was doing mostly Vegas shows, and had become somewhat of a joke with his appearance and manner of speaking. "Thank you very much" is one of the most quotable impressions of all time, even when you do it terribly like I did.
Thank you very much. Devin has left the building. You never sung before, have you?
Elvis Presley, at the time of his death, looked like something from a bygone era, in appearance at least. His voice was still good, and his musical prowess was still noticeable. It is actually very depressing to look at, a man who got stuck in a way that squandered a lot of who he was. Thankfully, John Carpenter was there to remind us who he was. Elvis had a primary goal, and that was to remind everyone who Elvis Presley was. In that regard, it has done a very good job. It's a biopic and a TV movie. It's not even the first one of the both categories to appear on this video, but it has John Carpenter behind it, and John Carpenter knows how to tell a good story.
What happened? I just fired them all. What for? I don't know what for, I just did. Well, go get them back, will you?
This is in the upper echelon of biopics. It tells its story fully and knows that by the end of the movie, we need to have a good understanding of Elvis Presley, which it manages to achieve. As I mentioned, this is a more grounded story. And that helps because Elvis himself was anything but grounded. The amount of goody two-shoeness and sudden Bible thumping could be seen as cartoony if the movie didn't treat everything as seriously as it does.
Wife, little baby, success. I got it all, man. I ought to be the happiest person in the world. I still feel like there's something missing, you know?
It's important for us to realize that the extravagant lifestyle, the flamboyant sense of fashion, and the obsession with weaponry and security that drove Elvis to be the image that he became had a rationale behind it.
There he is. Seedy, weedy little guy, never made an imprint on the world until now. He got his smirk on his face, see, and the smirk says, I assassinated Elvis Presley.
He wasn't a cartoon or parody, he was just Elvis. I don't know why I did jazz hands there. Kurt Russell doesn't really get the voice down, and it does appear at times where he's trying to exaggerate a little bit, especially when Elvis goes to Vegas. But he does nail the young Elvis. He makes that character grounded. He sticks out like a sore thumb, in the way that Elvis himself would stick out in a crowd. There is also a sincerity to his tantrums and poutiness and paranoia.
I just heard what they did behind my back. Behind my back? You can't even hear the Jordanaires. They got my voice so loud you can't hear nothing else.
Elvis, it's one
I think
song.
the fans just want to hear my voice, see? So they let some idiot gal up in New York amplify my voice. You think they care what I think? No way!
That's one of the good things about Elvis. Even though it's aiming to show why Elvis Presley was the huge deal that he was, it doesn't get into glorifying every aspect of his life. The movie does show the selfishness, the temper tantrum, the weird obsessions, and the many mistakes of Elvis, and gives them equal weight to his musical ability and showmanship. I think the best way to describe this movie is that of a really good biopic. That descriptor does give you enough of an idea of what to expect from this movie and what not to expect from it. I think going in, I knew quite a bit about Elvis and his life, and coming out, I knew just a little bit more about who he was and the steps he took in his life, whether fictional or not. There is also the good fortune that the movie does give enough of a space to Elvis's music as well. There is a little bit of a tragedy that Elvis's own larger-than-life personality managed to overshadow his music to an extent. Heartbreak Hotel is a fantastic piece of music, and it bears reminding that despite everything that Elvis Presley was, he was a damn good singer. His showmanship, his good fortune, the social climate that he was brought up in, and his lifestyle are certainly why he became the king of rock and roll, but all of those were built on a solid foundation of his vocal performance. John Carpenter really understood that point, and Elvis's music does not take a backseat in this movie. It's always present, as it should be, when discussing the life of the man. I tried to do the Elvis haircut, but my hair is too long for that, and I don't really have any flamboyant shirts. The one I wore, I wanted to wear the one I did in the first video for Liberace, but their styles are different. I didn't want to make people think I don't know the difference between them, because I do. I know their styles are different. Liberace is more gauche, and Elvis is more, I guess, bold. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about? Because I don't. I just know they are different. Like when I see a Liberace suit, I say, oh, that's a Liberace. I know Elvis wouldn't wear that. Jesus. Do not take Jesus' name in vain. I will try to perfect my impression of Elvis. Thank you very much. Escape from Tomorrow. Now, that's a movie where you could easily make an hour and 40 minutes video essay of, what happened and how it was made, and probably devote 20 minutes of it to analyzing the movie's own theme and story. Because let me tell you, the story of how this movie was made is a lot more interesting than the story of what goes on inside it. I did not know of its existence until I watched it today. I just knew it had something to do with Disney, and by some miracle, it was untouched by Disney's legal team. I know that sounds like I'm illuminating my penis. I'm not. It barely made a difference. I went in knowing nothing, and let me tell you, that little tidbit I said about it being undisturbed by Disney's legal team is one hell of an achievement. The movie is filmed in Disney World in Florida. Not all of it is in Disney World, but there is a good chunk of it there, and some of the movie's important plot details are to do with that place as well. Apparently, the crew used handycams and DSLR camera, like the one I am using right now to film this segment, to disguise their filming as just family home videos. I'm going to talk a little bit about the story because I think that would give the rest of what I have to say some needed context. The story is a middle-aged, recently unemployed father named Jim White goes to Disney World with his family consisting of his wife, his son, and his daughter. As the day progresses, Jim notices more and more odd things happening to him while he is riding the Disney rides.
What?
It seems like his imagination runs wild and interferes with what is actually happening around him. He then realizes that he is part of an experiment done by Siemens Company, whose labs are under Epcot's spaceship Earth. Epcot, the giant testicle. I didn't make that joke, the movie made that joke.
Wow, it's a giant testicle.
The experiment is not really telegraphed well. I didn't get what the experiment was. It had something to do with his imagination, I guess. I don't think I'm stupid, but if it's really obvious and I didn't get it, do tell me. Yeah, there is also subplots involving a working princess who has become a witch, and two French girls who I first thought were just there for Jim to perv on, but apparently have their own conspiracy. The story is kind of a mess, and I get to why in a minute. It's a mix of a thriller with sci-fi and fantasy elements, all taking place in Disney World. Now, as you might have guessed, for someone who hasn't been to the United States, I've never been to Disney World. I know the rides and the atmosphere there are important to the whole feeling of the movie, but I have no connections to them. It's still impressive that the movie uses the rides and the whole of Disney World to basically tell us that the institution is filled with prostitutes, lies, and weird experiments. It's very audacious, and I do have a bit of respect for it. It does mean the movie suffers quality-wise. The best parts of the movie have actually nothing to do with Disney World. They're made clearly in a soundstage or a studio elsewhere. And because the movie was made in guerrilla style with handycams, that means they were restricted on how many shots they could do and how many takes they could do. I give the movie props that for the most of it they have done a great job of creating a coherent image. There are times where the keying is very obvious and or the quality of the picture changes massively, and it's probably different cameras taking different shots, but it's overall not as noticeable. But it's a trade-off. They didn't get the best quality they could, but managed to film some stuff on Disney World rides. Wherever I came across people talking about this, that seemed to be the thing that jumped out at them. The rides are actually Disney rides. It probably would have made more sense to me if I had been there myself. But I'm experiencing them here for the first time. They seem kind of boring though. I don't care if I'm being mean to a bunch of people's childhoods. It's Disney. They already hold our childhood in a headlock. I'm bad-mouthing them here, and I will go on to badmouth them, and yet my favorite animated movie of all time is The Lion King. We've already lost that war a long time ago. So why was it so easy to get this movie? It was screened at Sundance and had an official release. Disney is the corporation that forced the daycare to paint over murals of Mickey because it wanted to protect its intellectual property. How did this movie manage to slip through the cracks? Well, Disney has said that it is aware of the movie, and Escape from Tomorrow does appear on Disney's online encyclopedia. So Disney knows of the movie and probably how the movie portrays its characters and theme park. Spoiler alert, it's not very favorable. Disney just ignored the movie. They didn't litigate it. They didn't suppress it. They didn't even really issue the statement on it. Not one that I could find anyways. They just let the movie be. That's the most cruel thing they could have done to it. The movie isn't horrible. It does have a few cool imagery, and the story seems fine, if a bit confused. It's an okay movie. The whole selling point of it, though, is that it was filmed in Disney World under Disney's nose. Disney ignoring the movie is why I never heard of it until today. If Disney were to suppress it or litigate it or do a litany of lawsuits, it would make it more famous. I know about the daycare that Disney painted over the Mickey's face in, but I never heard of the movie that used guerrilla filmmaking to film in It's a Small World ride. It is depressing. I've been involved in making movies like Escape from Tomorrow, where all you have is a few good ideas and a few okay actors you could find and have minimal equipment to make your vision into a reality. I know the passion and the hard work that goes into making that kind of film. Disney, just by ignoring the movie, kind of killed it. I'm sure it was big news in 2013, but less than a decade later, the movie has faded away. It's a bit on the movie itself because honestly, it's not something super memorable, and if it wasn't for the peculiar selling point I mentioned, it would be a B movie at best. It still kind of is just a B movie. The script, the tone, and the filmmaking style is very B movie. I don't mean that as an insult. I love B movies, and Escape from Tomorrow isn't on the lower end. It's a good B movie, but it's not one that could stick with you forever. So Disney just let it run its course. The reason I find it depressing is that Disney is such a massive corporation that even ignoring something by them will make it disappear. It's harrowing. It's harrowing that I know what a shitty corporation Disney is, and I legitimately have disdain for them and their practices, but I still know every bit of lyrics to be prepared by memory. I know that your powers of retention are as wet as a warthog's backside, but thick as you are, pay attention. My words are a matter of pride. I'm not gonna sing the whole thing, but I know all of it. It's harrowing. The movie does want to show the experience of going to a place that is known for its happy atmosphere and subvert that into a dark and messed up empire. But at the end, Disney kind of won that battle too. If I had more time than one day, I would probably do more research into the director and everything around it. This, as I said, is a good topic for one of those long video essays. Maybe one day, right? The list grows endlessly. Or maybe someone else can do it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people already have. Again, I had only one day, I didn't do much research, but I'm sure if I go to YouTube and just type Escape from Tomorrow, there's probably some people talking about it. And I was right. I didn't do it at the time, but since I filmed this segment more than a year ago, I did search for videos about Escape from Tomorrow, and lo and behold, there is even a Jenny Nicholson video about it. I've linked that video in the description, and I am both glad and not so glad that I went into this movie blind. If I have heard Randy Moore talking, I would have hated this movie from the start. I have a low toleration for pretension. And me not knowing the intentions of the director just made me feel like this is usual B-movie style exploitation. But it was somehow worse. I'm glad I got to come to my own ideas about the movie, but I'm not so glad that right now there is a video evidence of me saying positive things about a movie whose director had such a small view of the world. Anyway, watch Jenny Nicholson's video. She didn't film and edit it all in one day, so it's much better. I don't know why I'm saying it like anyone is forcing me to do this. I made the decision to watch and write and film in one day. It's my own fault. I wore this because this is the same thing I wore in the first video when I was talking about the Love Bug, Herbie the Love Bug, and it's sort of like a Disney thing because, you know, they own Star Wars. I didn't wear it for Davy Crockett because I honestly didn't think about it. As I was writing it, I was like, yeah, it's a Disney thing, but, you know, the hat was more interesting anyway. So I didn't think about it until it was too late and I had already filmed it. Our fourth interlude, and we're halfway through the video. How are you holding up? Don't check the runtime, just let it flow. Good. When discussing Escape from Tomorrow, I mentioned B-movies. Which isn't the first time I've done that. I actually made a video about B-movies back in the Born in Quarantine days, because I always love watching them. Some of the biggest advancements in genre filmmaking have been done through B-movies. Hammer horror pictures, spaghetti westerns, kung fu movies, and slasher pioneers were technically B-movies. They were made with small budgets, usually involving exploitation of a genre and pushing the boundaries, knowing that they won't ever get to be part of the mainstream. Until they became part of the mainstream. B-movies are hugely influential, and probably nobody embodied their influence as much as Roger Corman did.
I'm Roger Corman, and I make films.
The man was a legend. I knew his reputation is usually as a schlock connoisseur, but he was a genuinely gifted director and storyteller. His Edgar Allan Poe movies can testify to that factoid. He was also very influential in bringing in outsiders to the mainstream. You cannot go into the history of American cinema, and especially New Hollywood, without seeing his fingerprints all over it. Sadly though, we lost him in May of 2024, and since the subject was brought up, I thought I'd take a second to say, rest in peace Roger Corman. The world wouldn't be the same without you. A little bit of behind the scenes for you. I knew of Brigitte Bardot from Louis Malle's 1965 comedy Viva Maria. It's a movie I really enjoyed and had a lot of good memories from. Louis Malle in general is a great director. Damage is one of my favorite movies of all time. Elevator to the Gallows, Zazie in the Metro, My Dinner with Andre. These are all fantastic movies that showcase his immense style as a great director and his good understanding of genre as well as playing with it. He was great, is the point. When I got to Bardot in the song, I thought that I would choose Viva Maria again and just talk about what makes that movie so great. I didn't do that. I thought this could be a good opportunity for me to watch movies I otherwise would have missed out on, or wouldn't have an incentive to watch on my own. For some reason, And God Created Woman was one of those movies. I knew it was the movie that kind of jump-started Brigitte Bardot as the sex symbol she was, but I never felt compelled to go and watch it. After watching it, I have to say that my instincts were spot on. Who knew a movie made in 1950s, written by men, directed by a man, made with the explicit intent of showing the audacity of a woman being relaxed with her sexuality would be misogynistic as fuck? It's not a very favorable view of women, or men, or just relationships, if I'm honest. It's aggressively French, but also aggressively conservative. The mixture of both is not a good combination.
Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire?
Tu vas lui dire de partir? Oui. Et si elle fait des histoires, promets-lui qu'elle aura une pension. Mais c'est maintenant qu'elle doit partir, ce matin.
The story of the movie is there is this girl called Juliette that looks sexy and acts sexy. She is apparently in love with this guy called Antoine. Antoine, oh my god, that's so French. I'm gonna throw up. Antoine, though, just sees her as a literal sex toy.
Eh ben, tu perds pas de temps à baratiner, tout. On utilise ce genre de fille, on se les envoie un soir, puis après on n'y pense plus.
And once he realizes that she isn't going to have sex with him, he just leaves her. To stop Juliette being sent back... Yeah, I know, stand-up guy. To stop Juliette being sent back to orphanage, Antoine's brother Michel decides to marry her, despite his mom and brother and everyone saying otherwise. They marry and seem to be happy, but then Antoine comes back to manage the family business and Juliette has an affair with him. Michel realizes it and then, wait a fucking minute, is that a gun? Okay, I don't care if she cheated on you. The minute you bring out a gun to confront her, you've already lost, man. What the fuck? Why did you do that? But that is the attitude of the movie towards Juliette. She is appearing sexy. She isn't modest. She's comfortable with her body. So it's okay to pull out a fucking gun on her, I guess. Hell, the climax of the movie is Michel hitting her 4 times and she being happy that he hit her. It's like one of those bad boomer jokes about how all the girls want is to make guys jealous. It's such a regressive view, even for 1950s, when It's a Wonderful Life, made a decade before this movie, has a better grasp of how to create female characters. You know you're in deep, deep shit. Russ Meyer has that famous quote that a movie has everything if it has speed, sex, and violence. This is probably one of the weirder add-ons I need to put out, and it's something that maybe a year ago I wouldn't care about as much. Where is this quote from? I got that collection of interviews with Russ Meyer while I was editing this section, and I didn't have time to fully read it, but I skimmed through it for any mention of Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, because this quote is unequivocally linked to that movie in particular. I couldn't find that quote anywhere in the interviews, so I assumed he maybe wrote it somewhere, and I searched for it. And all of the result was just saying the quote without any sources. It's something everyone knows without pointing out where does it come from. It's in the IMDb trivia page, which is famously unreliable, and in some reviews it just pops up without any sources. So I might be in the wrong and the source is very easy to find, but I haven't found it. But at the same time, I don't know where this quote comes from. It doesn't deviate from the point I'm trying to make about how we view French movies, but it's odd that it's one of those things that it constantly referenced without a source. I didn't want to be part of that cycle, so I decided to at least give a disclaimer here. And I think that's the idea behind And God Created Woman. The movie starts with cars and naked women and then slowly brings out the ultimate incel male fantasy of a hot woman holding a handgun. The reason I think this movie is regarded more than Faster Pussycat Kill Kill is that it's French.
À demain.
On reste ensemble ce soir?
Sinon tu ne m'emmènes pas?
Because honestly, the stereotypes and archetypes, they don't leave cinema and art alone. it's French, it must be high art. Because when looking at the context of the movie, they drive on the same engine. They're both exploitations. The movie only looks at Juliet the same way Antoine or other guys do. The little it does to showcase her situation is overwhelmed by wise-sounding quotes by the rich Mr. Carradine, such as, "That girl was made to destroy men," as if the actions of the men in this movie have been anything but despicable. They only see her as a sex object. They objectify her and they claim ownership on her. The movie wants to show how one beautiful woman can change the dynamics even in a brotherhood, but the way the movie goes at it just shows how incredibly infantile the men are in this village. It is, by any stretch of the imagination, a truly despairing view of women. It doesn't even matter at this point, but the movie is also terrible at telegraphing information, and seems like scenes are cut or framed poorly. It's a movie debut for Roger Vadim. I'm fucking hell so French. And it does show that it is his first time behind the camera. I want to make a joke this movie was made one-handed, but looking at the way the movie depicts Brigitte Bardot and how it glorifies toxic male behavior, I wouldn't be surprised if it was in fact filmed one-handed, despite all the cameras being heavier. Overall, not a good movie. The story jumps around like a frog, and the resolution of the movie is frankly disgusting. The movie starts with exploitation and ends with domestic abuse, and in the eyes of the movie and the characters within it, it is justified domestic abuse, because Juliet dared to be sexy. It is one of those contradictions, isn't it? The movie is built on exploiting Brigitte Bardot's sexiness, and that's why the movie is what it is. The claim to fame for this movie is that it pushed boundaries for depicting sex, and that made it famous in USA. It's the movie that started Brigitte Bardot's status as a sex symbol and is feeding off of it to get recognition. Yet within the movie, it is condemning the same sexual appeal to being immodest. I'm not defending the affair. I don't think what Juliet did was justified either, but instead of exploring why she did that or what drove her to it, or I don't know, just fucking listening to her, she does say she wants a friend and everyone is around her because they want to get in her pants. Of course that is not a good way to be looked at, and it does take a fucking emotional toll. But instead of doing all of that, the movie just shrugs and says, "Women, am I right?" And again, the minute you pull out a fucking gun, you lose all credibility. The movie's contradiction of condemning sexual appeal while building its own appeal on Bardot's sexuality is hypocritical at best and downright vile at worst. She deserves much better, both Bardot and Juliet as a character. Michelle also deserves much better. I guess in short, fuck Antoine and fuck their overbearing pearl-clutching mom. They literally couldn't help but meddle in the lives of the young couple. Fuck both of them, and fuck everyone else in that village too. I should have watched Viva Maria. I really should have. At least that movie doesn't shake its head at the impudence at display. I know I said I didn't like French movies when I was talking about Dien Phu. This is one of the reasons I don't like it, because just because they appear to be more sexually open, they really just glorify any bad behavior they want under the guise of pushing boundaries. No, you're not pushing boundaries. You would be pushing boundaries if the movie didn't treat Juliet as an actual fucking villain. Anyways, what's next? I guess we're going from Western Europe to Eastern Europe. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Eastern European movies are for me. One of my biggest sins throughout my academic years has been my outspoken dislike of Krzysztof Kieślowski's movies. And that has been the same for many other prominent Eastern European directors. It's not like I hate them, I just don't like watching their movies. I understand their importance and what they're trying to do, but I don't enjoy them or want to watch them often. That has been the case with Love. I'm calling it Love, not only because that has been the case for every other foreign movie I've ever done so far, but also there is no way I can pronounce anything in this movie. Apologies in advance. The story of the movie is a young woman whose husband has been apprehended by the Hungarian secret police and tends to his aging mother-in-law and lying to her about the husband being in America, her aging mother-in-law. It is frustratingly simple, and that's the beauty of it, and why in these movies execution is key. Despite what I said about Eastern European movies, I have to admit they are nailing it when it comes down to exploration of human nature. This movie in particular is about helplessness and, well, love intertwined. Love in this movie is both what makes our characters strong and incredibly naive. They want love, they need love. And we see all kinds of it there. Maternal love, romantic love, material love, they're all there. The movie is really good at telling the very human story. It is a story where misery and darkness are all present, and yet people smile and kiss each other. And it's the reason why Eastern European movies are so frustrating.
Nem tudok, hogy sikerült-e. Amióta lettem ilyen öreg, azóta vagyok magányos és tehetetlen. De ha majd meghalok, akkor csak az én fiam fogja az én kezem.
Because the great core is there, but the execution is very, very bad. This might easily be a taste thing, and your mileage might vary when experiencing these movies, but I cannot get into them. Love in particular has a weird editing style, and just everything around it is so lifeless. The story is about human emotions, and yet the movie feels devoid of it. The same is true for a lot of other movies of this caliber that I've seen, and that's what convinced me that it's a matter of taste. I think I just am not in tune with these movies. There are editing mistakes and nonsensical dialogues, but those are minute. The bigger issue here is the movie failing to grasp me as an audience member. I don't have much to say about this movie, honestly. The core is beautiful, the story is about love, and it is explored through humans perfectly. The execution, though, made it so that I checked out mentally about halfway through and just witnessed the movie instead of experiencing it. If you like Eastern European movies, I think you should definitely check this one out. If you don't like them, I don't think this movie will get you to enjoy them. This is very anticlimactic. How very Eastern European of me. Not gonna lie, I literally fought my professors throughout my university about Krzysztof Kieślowski. Because I don't really care about the three colors. It's the French flag! Before watching The Long Walk Home, I had a fear. I've read about the movie, its synopsis and the story of it, and I had a particular fear that it might be another, well, let's call them Thank God for White People movies. Movies that put the struggles of minorities in perspective only to how white people help them. I think Seth Meyers' sketch about white saviors is a really good encapsulation of it. I thought this was going to be one of those movies, and I'm so glad I was proven wrong by the movie. It is about the Alabama bus boycott, the famous Montgomery incident where Rosa Parks was arrested for sitting on a seat for white people, and the black people in Montgomery boycotted the bus service. It was sort of the inciting incident of what led to a growing civil rights movement. The story of the movie follows a black maid who is participating in the boycott and how she and her employer, a white family, are navigating the situation. It's a surefire way of creating good drama when you take a big event, in this case the Montgomery bus boycott, and personalize it to people who have taken roles in that event. That's why war movies tend to focus on individual soldiers. It's incredibly effective to take something that we talk in terms of numbers and statistics and break it down to individual level. The movie's final line is a great testament to that.
50,000 boycotted the buses in Montgomery. I knew one. Her name was Odessa Carter.
I also love how the movie does actually explore the event. One of the side plots is the maid's daughter not really considering the boycott to be important and even at one point breaking it.
Yeah, I can get there. Yeah, I got away. I'm hanging up a phone, Rich. All right? All right? Okay, bye. Shoot, everybody's lost their minds.
Though the movie does show that as a lack of judgment that injured her brother, and that might have been a bit heavy-handed, it does manage to show something a lot of movies about social movement ignore. Not everyone was fully on board or noticed the importance of social movements when they were in it. It's easy for us as citizens of future to understand the importance of certain social movements and the lasting impact they had on the world as a whole. But that wouldn't necessarily be the case for everyone who lived through them.
You tried to ride the bus? Is that what you're telling me? You tried to ride the bus and that's why his face looks like that? What's wrong with you?
Many probably had apprehensions about the boycott, and the movie does focus on that aspect as well. As I said, it's something a lot of these movies ignore. There is also, and it's very weird to say, a good depiction of racism. Racism in a lot of movies tend to be cartoonish and over the top. Earlier in the video we see an example of it in 42. They are trying to act it up and make it known that this character is very racist and racism is bad. In The Long Walk Home, racism is more nuanced. You do have people dropping the N-word everywhere, but it feels very condescending when they do that. They're not saying it to provoke. They're saying it because that's what they believe the world to be. It's a normal everyday word for them, and that is horrifying that they just continuously drop it without drawing attention to it. There is also passive racism. A white character saying that our black character deserved to be in a whites-only spot because she was accompanying white children.
Doctor, it's not like she was parading her own children around the park, for heaven's sakes.
Now, that character will be having a big change by the end, but that sort of passive racism is far more nuanced than people just being so cartoonishly racist. You do have dangerous racists there. You do have people whose hatred is their defining feature, but a lot of it is more subtle, and it does have an effect. By taking out the cartoonishly racist people and the Klansmen and showing the subtler and more nuanced racism at display, the movie creates a good picture of why that sort of racism did flourish and why it never really went away.
What I want is to get him on the course. Best caddy I ever had was
that joke, racism was solved in 1950s and 60s in particular. It is also a good portrayal of choice in important moments. All of us in our lives will have moments that we need to make a choice when faced with a social movement. I don't think I need to tell you how many of those we have faced in recent years. Each person needs to make a choice, and even not making a choice is a choice there. The movie manages to showcase different choices very well. Racism and profiteering go hand in hand, especially in America.
No white sheets, no secret oaths.
You mean I don't get to learn a coded handshake? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
So a lot of people just go along with racism because they want the profits and don't want the backlash. And it's easy for them because, I mean, they don't already see the minorities as people. So, you know, it's just cherry on top. Again, it's a very nuanced view, something that I really did not expect going in, and something I wouldn't have guessed just by looking at the movie. Yeah, despite the story really working different angles and discussing a lot of complexities of race relations in 1950s, the execution of movie is not up to par. It's directed by Richard Pierce, who has a long and storied television career, and you can definitely see that in this movie. It's not too bad, but it feels like an industry normal. It feels like a movie that was made using guidelines of how to make a competent movie. And again, it's not bad, but it's not very visually memorable. English is my second language. Outside of a very few poorly acted scenes that stick out, the movie is just okay. The performances are good though. It's always good to remind ourselves that Whoopi Goldberg and Ving Rhames are not just comical and action actors and do have good acting chops with them.
I got my reasons.
Amen.
Sissy Spacek, I might have completely mispronounced her name, was also pretty good. Her accent was a bit weird, but it didn't stick out too much.
You do the mothering. I saw the way you held Mary Catherine when she had the chicken pox, and you hadn't even had it.
Dylan Baker is also in this movie, playing the most racist character, and it's eerie how good he is at that. I wanted to punch his character so much. Reminded me of Hunters, to be honest. Not in a bad way. But even then, his character does show the nuance of racist people. He is very racist, and he's actively racist, compelling his brother to join what is basically a white supremacist council.
Well, good luck.
Luck? Citizens Council don't need luck. Not with men like your daddy.
But he's also a loving family man, and his nephew seems to like him. He isn't a cartoonish monster. He's a man with very monstrous ideas. It's good to remind ourselves that racist people don't have horns and, don't wear human skin on top of their own. The normal people might be good in some situations, but that doesn't excuse their behavior nor their thoughts. They're normal people with very bad thoughts. They aren't monsters, but they still could show monstrosity. The Long Walk Home is a movie that I didn't have much expectations for, but it pleasantly surprised me. After 42, it's good to see a movie where when the black person stand up for themselves and takes a stand, it doesn't get filtered to how a white person felt about it. It's their bravery, it's their choice, it's their moment, and they will shine in it. It's good to see that there wasn't a passive black character being propped up by a white savior. It's a movie that understands how it should approach the race relations in America and how it should showcase it. It's a movie that, despite everything, is pretty good. I am genuinely surprised. I don't know if that came true, but when you look at the poster here, it doesn't look like it's gonna be anything. Like, it looks like the poster for the Samuel L. Jackson and Matthew McConaughey movie, A View to a Kill, I think. I may be misremembering. And that movie isn't very good. That movie is a white savior movie. So I was expecting one of those. I am so glad it wasn't one of those. Like, it's so good to see a movie where I don't feel condescended to. I know I'm not black. I will never understand truly the black experience in America. But you can feel when the movie is being condescending. There is a reason this movie can fall into something I like to call anti-Help movies. Because Help was incredibly condescending. When I was watching it, even though I did not understand it much back in the day, I realized that there is something going on there. There is something disgustingly self-congratulatory there. And this movie isn't that. And that's good. That is great. I'm really glad about that. Yeah. Instead of The Help, watch The Long Walk Home. A political thriller about the displacement of Nikita Khrushchev, made 2 years after the dissolution of Soviet Union. What's not to love? A lot of things actually, but less than you might imagine. It's mostly some of the over-the-top acting moments and some heavy-handed dialogue. Yeah. That's what not to love. Job done, I guess. Good for me. Good for me. Anyways, The Grey Wolves is a normal political thriller. As I mentioned, the story revolves around the displacement of Nikita Khrushchev and the appointment of Leonid Brezhnev, I'm mispronouncing the fuck out of those names, as the first secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, also known as the de facto leader of the nation. It's the post that Stalin held. The story is intertwined with the fictional tale of a counterintelligence officer who learns of the conspiracy and tries to warn Khrushchev.
Я из контрразведки. Тогда это не ко мне, это к Семичастному. Погодите класть трубку. Я знаю, что вы с ним в дружбе, но сейчас я рассчитываю на ваши семейные узы и ваш разум.
That's basically the whole story of the movie in a nutshell. The movie doesn't really do the worst job of telling it either. One second, I kind of need to take this. Hello? Yes, this is he. Who's speaking? Ah, Sergey. I couldn't understand it was you. How's it going with our Tazbeki friends? A lot is riding on you, Sergey. Don't fail me. Don't fail us. I do have a contact. His name is Roberto Malvivente. American. Crime stuff, I don't know. Booze, probably. He does have contacts in Turkey and Georgia. It's easy to smuggle from Georgia to Uzbekistan, isn't it? Is the president ready to accommodate our goals? 20 aircraft isn't much, Sergey. I need at least 50. Premier Gonzalez still has support in Fridonian army. We need more. I leave it up to you. Oh, and tell President our little rat friend is in Uzbekistan. The next time we call, I want good news on that front. Or the Uzbeki Liberation Army will get a shipment of AK-47 that they didn't ask for. I leave it up to you to make it sound more diplomatic. It is a political thriller, and much like other political thrillers, it involves a lot of scenes with people talking. People talking about plots and schemes.
Кто тебе позволил прослушивать квартиру Брежнева? Ты на кого работаешь?
Что вы, Владимир Ефимович?
It's a litany of names being thrown out to you, each of them doing something specific. It is the nature of the genre, and the movie doesn't stray away from it too much. I think the whole idea of the movie relies on showing the rampant corruption that was commonplace in the Communist Party of Soviet Union, and use it to showcase corruption in any system of government. It also might be excitement over lack of censorship when it comes to discussing leaders of the Soviet Union. In any case, it is a pretty by-the-numbers political thriller. Okay, sorry again, but I do need to take this call. Talk to me, Joan. Yeah. I got the files. He sounds like a fucking maniac. Do you think we can control him? Because your division said we could control Gonzales. And we lost Fredonia in approximately 5 months. I'm trusting you, Joan, but don't fuck me on this. Don't fuck anyone on this. Yeah, I got into capital. Sergei's working the Uzbeki president as we speak. I told him we need at least 50. Have you managed to talk down the Freedonian loyalists? Gonzales can't be that popular, can he? Overplay that pension scandal. He did steal from them after all. Okay, give me the good news when you can. Goodbye would have been nice. Fucking bitch. There's something about these movies though. The characters in these movies have one ultimate goal, and that is the accumulation of power.
А что ж ты о главном-то молчишь, а?
Ты о чем?
Ну, что он надумал тебя с поста председателя Верховного Совета на второго секретаря ЦК переставить?
They want power through political titles and financial hierarchy. Their quest is gathering more and more and more power, and they're incredibly miserable. The thing about conspiring for more power is that at the same time there are other people doing it against you. And what kind of life does that lead to? It's a staple of the genre at this point, but rampant alcoholism, stoic people talking about deposing each other, and lack of fun in any case is what fuels political thrillers to the brim. They are very grim portrayal of politicians and schemers. Everyone involved in a political thriller is an unhappy mess. I just find it interesting that misery seems to be a constant in this genre. Nobody laughs unless it's to appease someone else. On a purely technical level, The Grey Wolves is okay. There's a lot of talking, but everyone seems invested in what they are saying, and the movie knows that, when there is too much talking, there needs to be motion and a rhythm.
А тут есть над чем задуматься. Может, хватит дудеть в хрущевскую дуду? От него страну спасать надо.
Unlike me, I don't know that. Otherwise, the movie would be too boring. The subject matter in and of itself is boring because unless you're invested in the political plot, everything just feels too confusing and or too convoluted to follow. In this case, history kind of betrays this movie. And I have to betray you by taking this phone call. Sorry. Speak up. Oh, hey, Sergey. Fantastic. Don't worry about Zamunda. They won't even know what hit them. Listen. You're working up over nothing. Just get those Uzbeki planes to the coordinates that we... Just do what you have to. And the rat, I look forward to results, Sergey, not excuses. The post-king, King Joffrey. There's no way he's in Fredonia. Gonzalez hates him as much as Zamundians do. Who the fuck's your source? Okay, Carl Joan put together a team. Don't kill him. We might still need him. Oh, Sergey, find the fucking rat! We have the fortune of knowing how this political scheme ends, so the efforts seen to stop it are futile. In these cases, personal stories involving the plot would be what gives the story more life. But the extent the movie went for personalization is naked woman and too melodramatic scene. It's a movie about the event first and foremost, and we know the event, so the tension is kind of gone. Thankfully, the direction does help massively. The movie's rhythm doesn't drop and it doesn't become a drag. It's not too exciting, and even the few action sequences are not too well done and they happen in a cluster and then they stop, but it's not dull either. I think The Grave Wolves is a good study in how rhythm in conversation can really elevate what would otherwise be a chore to sit through. The performances do help as well. As I mentioned, everyone seems invested in their roles and they say the words they're supposed to with conviction. Fuck. Hello? Yes, I hold. Colonel Osman, this is Mr. Calhoun. I'm not going to give you my real name. How are things in Zamunda? Oh, I've heard. Oh, your president is not doing great, is he? I think you and I both know that the public don't know what is good for them, Colonel. Yes, I am proposing that. Your President Omar has Fredonian support, but the Fredonian army will follow their commander-in-chief. And let me tell you, Premier Gonzalez does not have a bright future. Call it my intuition. The question is that, are you ready to step up when we need you, Colonel? It's not harder than deposing the king. I'm glad we understand each other perfectly. I look forward to a long friendship, Colonel. I'm not saying relationship. It's a friendship. Where was I? The actors in the movies seem to be invested in what they're saying. And they say what they're saying with conviction. That is, with the exception of Roland Bykov, who portrays Nikita Khrushchev. He seems a little bit too invested and says his words with a little bit too much conviction. He overacts. That's the thing. He chews the scenery like it's a tasty borscht. I don't know much about Russian cuisine, which is weird, because I know a lot of their cuisine has bled into Iranian cuisine. So I should know more. But I don't. I know borscht, because it's a meme at this point. Oh, and pierogi. I know about pierogi. I think it's fish. The point is that Roland Bykov really chews the scenery, and he is single-handedly making some aspects of this movie cartoonish. Okay, I've been waiting for this call. I'm sure you understand. Thank you. Hello. John. Is it over? Good. No, we don't need Gonzalez. Kill him, I guess. You can send him to Zamunda. Yeah, let's show President Omar why he shouldn't have signed on to the nationalization train. He doesn't have much friends anymore, Joan, does he? Good. Osman is ready when you are. I'm sure Sergei can get some Tazbeki soldiers to help. Remember, Joan, this one needs to be discreet, okay? No gunshots. People have voted for him. They don't accept gunshots. Scandals won't work, Joan. I've told you so many times the guy is a prude. Great. Tell me when it's done. I'm surrounded by idiots. I don't want to delve into the character of Khrushchev and if the movie is doing him justice because I don't have any strong feelings on the guy. I don't hate him like I hate Stalin, and I don't idolize him either. He seemed to have interesting ideas, but also had big tyrannical tendencies. The movie does show a Nikita Khrushchev, and that character is developed enough to be believable. Until the last part. I think that's when the movie's intentions and portrayal comes to clash with reality.
Ничего. Я и в бараний рог сахну. Я им глаза на жопу натяну. Они навлекут на свою жопу приключения. У меня преданный экипаж.
Khrushchev didn't put up much of a fight when he was displaced. And the movie wants to show a Khrushchev that, fought to the bitter end. So, Khrushchev is mad as hell and not going to take it anymore. Then he gets a lecture from Mikoyan and he's going to give up his power. That change is very sudden and it's something that could have been handled with more care if they made that change gradually, or if they at least made him fight a bit to the end. Historical accuracy be damned. When you have a character going a certain way, take it there. Movies are dramas first, not documentaries. Hello. Sergey. You got the rat? Great. Luca. His name is Luca. Tell him Mr. Calhoun sent you. He knows what it means. Yeah. You can get out of Tajikistan. Oh, you're not going back home. Go to Zamunda. The newly elected president needs some help. Yeah. Fredonia didn't interfere. I told you that you were worried over nothing. I'm going to keep this one short before you start hating my voice. Oh. You already do? That's hurtful. So when discussing The Long Walk Home, I talked about how the poster gave me a wrong idea of the movie. And it may seem very odd and quite limiting to form an opinion based on a poster. Honestly, I agree as well, but I do believe the poster as part of the artistic expression of the movie does have a liability to give you a good image of the movie. That's why there are so many great artists working on so many great posters. Now, granted, judging the whole movie by the poster alone is not good, and I'm not arguing for that either. But the poster is part of the movie, it's supposed to be an extension of the movie. I know these days we are so used to quote-unquote actor face on posters that it seems irrelevant what the poster is, but there is a lot of artistic thought that can be put into a poster. There are whole movies I watched because of the poster. I didn't know who Alan Parker was when I watched Angel Heart because of the poster. I didn't know about the Fitzroy until I saw the poster and thought, oh, it looks cool. I was completely oblivious about Jeremy Irons until I saw the poster for Beautiful Creatures and gave it a chance. What I'm saying is, posters matter. I very nearly chose the 2014 biopic Grace of Monaco, where Nicole Kidman plays Grace Kelly, for this entry. Very nearly. But I decided that we've had enough biopics so far, and Grace Kelly was an actress herself, so not choosing a movie that she stars in might be a great missed opportunity. But what movie to choose? One of her many Hitchcock appearances? One of the best classical westerns of all time that she stars in? Or her last movie? I went with her last movie. This is Dr. Pepper, by the way. We don't have this in Iran. I am in a hotel room in Dubai, so I'm drinking Dr. Pepper. High society and I have a complex relationship, and for that I need to give some context. I love jazz and older pop music, the kind that Fred Astaire sings and dances to. I know. I think we established I am a boomer at heart already. High society puts together Bing Crosby and Frank Sinatra, and to that pairing would appear together again. This time they are accompanied by Louis fucking Armstrong.
In high society, high society, high society.
Yeah, I love Louis Armstrong. I genuinely tear up when I hear What a Wonderful World or Blueberry Hills. I found my thrill. To round out the cast, there is Grace Kelly in her final performance before marrying the Prince of Monaco, becoming the Grace of Monaco. Celeste Holm, who was instrumental in the origins of a really overrated musical. And Louis Calhern, who we have seen before in the first episode of We Didn't Start the Fire, opposite of Marilyn Monroe in The Asphalt Jungle. He was much better there. In general, what I'm getting at is the fact that this movie seems to be made for people like me. People who like the music of Cole Porter and have been itching to see Bing Crosby sing with Louis Armstrong and Frank Sinatra. But it's a movie of many flaws. It is a musical remake of the Philadelphia Story, which is a movie I hold in some nostalgic regard. It was one of the first James Stewart movies I had ever seen. It's not as good as Harvey or as beautiful as It's a Wonderful Life, but it's a fun movie that has that classical comedy style to it.
Sometimes for your own sake, Red, I think you should have stuck to me longer.
I thought it was for life, but the nice judge gave me a full pardon.
The problem is that even though both movies relied heavily on the charm of their actors to deliver the plot, the Philadelphia Story didn't have the crutch of being a musical. So it worked harder on telling the story better. Well, this needs a little disclaimer. It comes with a rapid pace of writing this that sometimes I forget things or don't have time to revisit things until later. When I say the Philadelphia Story tells its story better, I don't mean that it is faultless. Everything I will say about the deplorable attitude towards Tracy Lord or how brazen the movie is in dismissing the unfaithfulness of her father is completely true for that movie as well. It just has a tighter narrative and uses the situations more than just a few scenes. Basically, the story thematic faults of this movie is true of that movie. But High Society also has some added faults because it's so sloppily written and made. I actually rewatched the Philadelphia Story while I was editing this section, and I think I forgot how weird it was. It certainly has not aged very well. This is really bad. Why do people like Dr. Pepper? This is a problem that does plague some musical adaptations of movies, and it's so reassuring to realize that trope didn't start with 42nd Street. Because the movie is a musical and does have that added aspect to it, many of the storytelling elements can be dropped out of, well, carelessness. High Society does have that problem. It feels like it was written very sloppily and without much revisions.
Say, if you fellas will listen to me for a minute, I'll be able to...
I'm sorry, old boy, but she isn't your wife yet, and she was mine, you know.
The setup of the movie is that a rich woman named Tracy Lord is getting ready to marry his fiancé George. Tracy's ex-husband, C.K. Dexter, lives on their property as well. Before the wedding, Spy magazine says that they want to cover the wedding, and if Tracy disagrees, they will publish the story of Tracy's dad's affair. So Tracy accepts, and 2 reporters come to the wedding. Now, let me tell you of their arrival. The 2 reporters come in and are oblivious to Tracy's family life, so they ask for her father. Tracy's father hasn't been invited to the wedding. At that moment, Tracy's uncle, Uncle Willie, comes to the house. That's not a euphemism, that's his name. Tracy tells her to act like her father and tells the reporters that he is in fact her father. A few moments later, Tracy's actual dad comes in unannounced and Tracy introduces him as Uncle Willie. So far, what we have is a classic setup for a classic farce of mistaken identities. Mistaken identities. God, I have a big tongue right now. What does the movie do with it? Outside of one little comment about how Mr. Lord seems to be very promiscuous, because remember they think Uncle Willie is Tracy's dad.
Seth Lord has a roving eye and foot.
Nothing. Literally 2 scenes later, Tracy's dad tells the reporter that he is Tracy's dad.
Miss Embry, there is a misunderstanding here which I should like to clear up. In the first place, I am Seth Lord.
Yes.
Well, that makes you
Available.
And that's it. No hijinks, no fun sequences where they both try to hide the fact that they are not who they say they are. No jokes about how at night Uncle Willie has to sleep in the master bedroom or something. Nothing. They just let it go. It feels like they were building up to do something, and then at the last second they decided that nothing is just as good. That is just a storyline though. We haven't gotten to how poorly they characterized poor Tracy, and how easily the movie looks at Tracy's dad's affair as something men just do. It's a movie that at points I have yelled at the screen. So, it's a terrible movie. Case closed. Right? Remember when I said the movie runs on the charm of the actors? I wasn't exaggerating.
Don't dig that kind of crooning, chum.
You must be one of the newer fellas.
It's a movie driven fully by charm. The movie starts with Louis Armstrong singing us the backstory of Dexter and Tracy, and it literally starts with the line, end of song, beginning of story. Louis Armstrong's charm is enough to carry, but the way the movie starts itself is also charming and quaint. It feels like the movie is hitting on you, and I am blushing a little. Bing Crosby, Grace Kelly, and Frank Sinatra can drown an audience in charm, and that's why the humorous dialogue that could have easily been grating with its sitcom joke style becomes just normal.
I don't want you to get married again because I still think you can become a wonderful woman.
Thank you. I haven't the same high hopes for you.
Well, I don't want to become a wonderful woman.
And kind of charming. Basically, it's the age-old, who can hate that face? It's an odd thing to look at the movie and see all the issues, and then Sinatra and Crosby start singing, well, did you ever? And everything seems okay for the movie. It's a golden age musical as well, so already by that metric, the story seems less important next to the atmosphere. But it's just so darn charming to look at. It's not Grace Kelly's best performance, that's High Noon, or Sinatra's best performance, that's The Man with the Golden Arm, but their energy and smarminess and chemistry and just everything oozes out of the screen. It's a confusing movie. It's not something I would tell anyone to go see without a huge checklist of asterisks, telling them about the weird misogyny of George, or how the movie mistreats Tracy, or the many dropped subplots and botched character developments. But it's a movie I do watch every now and then. It's so weird. I see all the flaws, and yet I don't care and want to keep watching the movie. I am, in every sense of the word, defeated by the charm. I wasn't joking. I am in a hotel suite in Dubai. This is Dr. Pepper. It doesn't really taste good. I wanted to just try it because I haven't really tried it. I have drank lots of Coke, but never Dr. Pepper. It's not good. The Trump camp are fucking idiots for choosing this over Coke. I've paid for it though, so I will drink it. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without Peyton Place. Actually, it wouldn't. We'd have enough controversy without Peyton Place. Remember when Eminem was irrelevant and made good music? Good old days. I was 5 when Without Me came out. I feel old now. Anyways, let's talk about Peyton Place, and in general, controversial movies. Peyton Place is an adaptation of the novel by the same name, and it had made headlines when it was published, and is the reason Billy Joel mentions it, because of its discussions on sex, teen pregnancy, illegitimate children, SA, abortion, and suicide. I'm gonna be talking about them in more general terms. I won't be going deep into them, so okay, trigger warning, but it's not that big of a trigger. I won't be going too deep into it. It's more about just the controversy around it. It was pretty controversial for 1950s, and since we are regressing fast and putting back all the progress we made since 1950s, it's probably pretty controversial subjects right now. Oh, the subjects are controversial. The way the movie talks about them, though, is not. The story of the movie follows a few teenagers in the quaint town of Peyton Place, a town that is supposed to represent every town, USA. They have a doctor, they have a school, they have small businesses, and they have the obligatory factory owner. It is literally the town from Chicago. By the way, definitely watch Chicago if you like musicals. It's so good. I'm obsessed. It didn't end too well, but the journey towards the end was definitely worth it. The songs are pretty awesome as well. They are like pastiches of famous musicals, and I love them so much. I can't get Talk to Daddy out of my head. But anyways, tangents aside, it's a bunch of little stories discussing different controversial things. One of them is about legitimate children and sex education. Another one is about SA and discusses abortion and stuff like that. I wasn't surprised when I realized Peyton Place does actually have a TV show adaptation as well, because the story does feel like short little episodes of a TV show, and it would fit well in that format as well. I can tell you though, it's a pretty pointless movie. And it's a pretty bad one when it comes to discussing the controversial topics. The movie seems confused, or rather, it knows that the controversial points of the source material are what made it work, but also thinks that the book went too far. I've not read the book, but the general consensus around the adaptation seems to be that it's very watered down. But aside from that, the movie does feel hypocritical, and I, in good conscience, want to think that the book isn't that hypocritical. The climax of the movie is the doctor giving a speech about how gossip and close-mindedness have made life unbearable in Peyton Place.
We're all prisoners of each other's gossip, killed by each other's whispers, and it's time it stopped. Our best young people leave as soon as they're old enough to earn the price of a bus ticket. They contribute the best part of their characters to other communities because they're stifled in Peyton Place.
He condemns the people for judging our characters, and it seems like everyone in the town has gotten a good wake-up call. But the movie itself wants that close-mindedness. It shows the town gossip as quirky and makes life in the little town seem quaint and lovable, and glosses quickly over the troubles of it. the gossip is the reason the town is bad, or that the wrong janitor is the source of all the problems. Basically, it's not the town that's the problem, it's just a few bad apples. Because of that, the criticisms of the Doctor rings hollow. It doesn't make sense. Just throw the gossip out of town and Peyton Place wouldn't have any problems. The close-mindedness isn't the issue, it's just this one character. It also doesn't help that the movie has a very soap opera feel to it. But it's about the most mundane shit ever. Okay, let me explain. As I said, the movie mentions some pretty triggering stuff and does show quite a lot of them as well. Kind of a spoiler, one of the characters kills an abuser. Now, look at the scene where she confesses it.
Because I killed him. I killed him Christmas Eve in the shack.
I don't believe it.
I did. I buried him in the sheep pen.
It's just something that is said and moved on from. Even though this is the first time our character is admitting to murder, it's treated like routine. The music is subdued, the reactions are subtle, and everything appears to be very realistic. This actually would be an interesting way of discussing the story, if it was consistent. There is a scene where one of the characters wants to leave Peyton Place and has a discussion with her mother. Look at this scene.
Well, how will you live? What will you do for money?
I have enough to get there. I'll find a job.
Suppose you can't find a job.
Then I'll live off some man the way you did.
I wish I was filming my reaction at the time, because I laughed. I laughed out loud. I ugly laugh. The way the music drops in, the reaction, it's so over the top that it breaches the boundary of melodramatic and becomes downright comedic. And before you say that it's to do with movie's age, nope. This movie was made in 1957, the same year as Sweet Smell of Success, and as we all know, Sweet Smell of Success is a fantastic movie. It's a detriment to us, not as a collective society or collection of civilizations, but as a species, that not all movies ever made are Sweet Smell of Success. And there we actually get to the meat of my problems with this movie. I don't care about anything in it. I can't take it seriously. The transitions sound like every bad romance novel.
Summer was carefree contentment. Autumn was that bittersweet time of regret for moments that had ended and things that were yet undone.
And with the tendency of the movie to overplay mundane stuff, it just becomes a big joke. I can't care about these characters, and that's where the big shoe drops. This is a movie running fully on its controversial material. It is sad and depressing. The discussions on sex ed and abortion seems to be stuck in the same place that this 60-year-old movie has shown them to be, but it's not really controversial to talk about this anymore. Most of the subplots and shock of this movie can be found in episodes of Saved by the Bell. Talking about these are no longer as taboo as they used to be, which is promising. We've progressed, but the movie has nothing else to offer. This is a problem when you build your movie on controversy. Some movies manage to bypass it by actually being good. Life of Brian is one of the most controversial movies of the era it came out, and now that the controversy has subsided, the comedy of it still manages to hit us hard and remain as funny. Without the controversy, without the shock, Peyton Place has nothing to offer. The story is too simple to get invested in, the characters are too boring and one-dimensional to be interesting, and the general feel of the movie is just outdated. It's no longer shocking to just mention stuff like abortion. You need to discuss them, and the movie is just so conservative to do that. There is nothing to make the length justifiable. because there is no hook now that the movie's teeth have rounded over with time. I hate to use this word, but Peyton Place is no longer relevant. The pearl-clutching ways it dances around the subjects is now laughable, and because the foundation is so weak, it has nothing to stand on without a laughable pearl-clutching. Unlike the town it tries so hard to portray as, the movie is not even quaint. It's just boring. Very boring. I'm recording this very last minute. The background here is not Cairo, it's Dubai. But it's the Middle East. It seems like Middle East and crisis are somewhat synonymous with each other. I wonder if some other players in outside regions made it their ideological and political goal to keep this region in crisis so they can control over parts of it. Anyways, let's talk about the Suez crisis. If you are not already familiar with it, the Suez Canal is in Egypt. The French have built it, and they were running it until WW2, World War II, and afterwards there was a joint British-French operation. I don't know why I called World War II WW2. It's a very important trade network in the Middle East and North Africa, and Egypt didn't run it or got any profit from it, despite the canal being in Egypt. I mean, that's just colonialism for you. In 1952, Egypt had a revolution and they deposed the king and Mohammed Najib became president. In 1954, Egypt got their second president, and he's more important to our story. Jamal Abdel Nasser. I have briefly mentioned him and his position, in particular Pan-Arabism, in the first video where he appeared for the first time. Nasser's presidency had a very key moment in it though, and that is his desire to nationalize Suez Canal in order to boost Egyptian finances. He did it. In 1956, he ordered his troops to get into the offices of Suez Company and nationalized the canal. That made the British and French really mad. They weren't keen on losing imperial and colonial power in the region, let alone when they think they are doing God's work there. British Prime Minister at the time, Anthony Eden, with French Prime Minister, I don't care about French politics, decided on a course of action. The course was that Israel would attack Egypt, and French and British forces would invade Egypt alongside them and secure Suez Canal, and in their way, probably topple Nasser's presidency. I mean, can you imagine if the British were to help topple a democratically elected leader in the Middle East because it nationalized something that they were after? Could you imagine it? Is it even possible to imagine such a scenario? And Anthony Eden being involved in it. I mean, can you even fathom that? Is that even remotely believable? Is this science fiction or fantasy we're discussing here? Anyways, they did it. They invaded Egypt. But then were forced by Eisenhower and Soviet Union and UN to leave the region. Yeah, it's fun when colonial powers get mad because they weren't invited to the big colonial party. Anthony Eden resigned, Nasser got more influence as a resilient party, and well, little by little, good or bad, colonialism began to fade, replaced by other forms of gaining influence, but you know, that's a story for another time. That's the Suez Crisis in a nutshell. Suez, a very British crisis, is a BBC documentary that tells that story. On a technical level, it's a good TV documentary. It has everything you need from one of those TV documentaries. The narrative is concise and well told, with different talking heads discussing the events through their own perspective.
I talked to President Nasser after he'd seen the clips. He said, "This is not a prime minister, a man who resorts to such a theatrical manner and gives this kind of speech."
The reenactments are quite adequate and only are used when footage wasn't available. It's a TV documentary, and ones like it are made in droves. It does have a bit of bias, as you might imagine coming from the BBC, and it tends to overplay what Nasser did and glosses over the fact that what the British wanted in that region was to hold power over another country's national resources. The documentary just acts like it was normal, as if what the British were doing was somehow justified in any case.
I remember him saying to me after the broadcast, you know, people say we should have done this earlier, but actually we couldn't. I couldn't get forces there to the canal in time.
It wasn't. It never was. Even in 1956, it wasn't. And as I mentioned, this wasn't the first time they wanted to do something like it. When you see British politicians saying stuff like, we're going to get rid of Nasser and put someone aligned with our interest in his place,
and that the occupation of Egypt would be a thing which would come to an end quite quickly, if possible, once a government had been set up which was reasonable and friendly to us.
It's so brazen that it feels like it should accompany a spit take. And it was made in 2006. That's the biggest problem with this documentary, and honestly many retellings of the event. One side of this conflict wanted to hold power over another group of people because they believed it was their natural duty to do so. Discussing the event without these pretexts just normalizes colonialism with them.
He gave a speech in the National Assembly in which he spoke out violently against Colonel Nasser, as he called him.
The discussion of the events are pretty good though. They have people from Egypt, France, Israel and UK on the program, so there's a lot of points of view. It's just that whenever the narrator comes in or the music kicks in, the context is usually, poor Britain just wanted to have a little colonialism. I think I'm preaching to the choir here. I am from Middle East. I can see the effects of foreign meddling every single day. Long story. I don't think anyone can genuinely believe in colonialism or justify it unless there is some racist undertones to it. They didn't liberate or educate. They just wanted power. They wanted better workers and they wanted people to rule over. And when that stopped happening, they threw a hissy fit. That's just history, you know? And that's it's kind of depressing that one of the more prominent documentaries I could find about the Suez Crisis came from the side of the colonials. Jesus Christ! I bungled all of the sections filmed in Dubai, didn't I? I was literally filming this a few minutes before I had to leave the hotel and go to the airport, so I was under a mountain of pressure and that affected the writing as well. I want to reiterate how one-sided some of the things in this documentary series are. The Suez Crisis was not justifiable, but the documentary really tries to look at it as if removed from any bias. But that's not true. It is biased. It is very biased because it is made by the people who were invading. So what information it gives can be a bit harsh when discussing Egyptian and a little rose-colored when discussing the British. The fact that the movie uncritically just lets Anthony Eden's wife talk of a silent majority without a differing point of view should be a massive red flag. The documentary tries to act unbiased, but there is bias in lack of criticism. You can't let people say whatever because it feels like unbiased opinions. I think living on the internet has taught us that. It's something that really got out of my hand in the first viewing, and I'm glad I went back to it a bit later with a clearer mind. There is bias in uncritical representation, and this documentary really shows it. The penultimate interlude. One remains. I know, I can't wait either. So I rewatched the Philadelphia Story since I recorded my segment for High Society, and I have to say that I have forgotten how bad Cary Grant is at acting. I don't know how quote-unquote hot of a take this is, considering not a lot of people probably care, but I really don't like Cary Grant's acting. In the Philadelphia Story, he seems very confused and seems like he can only talk without opening his mouth and has that stupid grin on his face.
With your arms out to the moon, wailing like a banshee.
This is not a new opinion for me though. One of my favorite movies of all time is North by Northwest, and he's barely tolerable in that too. It seems like he doesn't know what to do with his body and doesn't know how to emote. I know there is this notion that George Clooney is the new Cary Grant, but I find that preposterous. Clooney can act. He can act a lot. He's a good actor. Grant is not a good actor. He's handsome and has a good voice and is charming at times, but he's not a good actor. Just look at the Philadelphia Story and how James Stewart acts circles around him just by understanding his character. And James Stewart is not doing his best performance in the Philadelphia Story. So yeah, Cary Grant was not a good actor, and it's not a of its time thing either. In all of his movies, he's outshone completely by his co-stars. So it's definitely a him problem. I want to think that throughout this video we had our own little arc together. The arc started with Brooklyn got a winning team and 42, in which we had a white savior at the heart of a movie discussing race relations. Then we got to Alabama and The Long Walk Home, where we saw a movie discussing race relation in a more nuanced way, but still discussing it through the window of how, well, white people reacted to a black movement. And now we have gotten to Little Rock and the Ernest Green story. And we finally can have a movie where it's about black people and nobody gives a shit what white people feel about it. We've had a few TV movies in this video, and this is another one of them. I'm not going to bore you with a technical talk. It's a TV movie. It doesn't have too big of a budget, but it doesn't look terrible either. The performances are good. There is no...
I got nobody at home.
And though the movie doesn't stick out visually, it's still a fine looking movie. It's the perfect kind of TV movie in that it is designed to be played in the background with occasional lifting of the head to look at the screen.
You were right, Marcus. You told me not to transfer. Should have listened to you.
No, honey, I wasn't right.
Everything is telegraphed perfectly and multiple times. It tells the story of Little Rock 9, which are 9 high school black students who volunteer to enter a whites-only school to start integration. It's why Billy Joel put Little Rock in the song. It goes as well as you may think. People start protesting, the governor sends troops to stop the Little Rock 9 entering the high school, and then Eisenhower sends federal troops to ensure the safety of Little Rock 9.
Well, you know that, son, and I know that. But you have to wonder what they know in Washington.
Then the troops leave, the kids have to face discrimination again, and they are the pioneers of what would become integration. As the title suggests, the movie focuses more on one of the Little Rock 9, Ernest Green. He also narrates the movie.
I'm Ernest Green. In the spring of 1957, I was finishing my junior year in high school.
Himself, not the character. I have to give Ernest Green some major acclaim here. He seems to be pretty involved with the narrative of this movie, and he doesn't overplay his own importance. There is no moment where he single-handedly saves the day. There is no weird gripes about his ex-wife. Yeah, I'm not over it. What the fuck was that, Roy? Everyone in the cast and everyone in the story have their little moments to shine. It's a pretty well-rounded way of telling the story. It covers all the needed bases. As I said, the movie really doesn't care what white people feel about the whole thing. It does show outrage and it does show tolerance, but those are secondary. Those are plot points. It's not a movie about how this prominent black movement made white people feel. It's not a movie about how conflicted some white people were about this event and how they had to face their prejudice and their humanity.
Why would Eisenhower agree to a thing like that? The kids felt safe as long as the paratroopers were there and nobody got messed with. Why?
It's not even mentioned. We already have a good movie for that. It was The Long Walk Home. I like how the Ernest Green story just puts the spotlight on the black people and doesn't deviate from the fact that it is their story. It is their struggle and it is their reactions and thoughts that matter in the end. I also love that the movie doesn't act like racism ended on the day that Little Rock 9 graduated.
In July 1958, Governor Faubus won nomination for a third term as governor and soon closed the schools of Little Rock to forestall integration.
It doesn't end on a sappy note. It's telling an important event and a great progress for America, but the movie knows that it was just the beginning. The road ahead was fraught and filled with trouble and tribulations. I really enjoyed that, and I was really surprised that this TV movie was produced by Disney. I was gonna wear the Disney t-shirt and just take this off, but I was afraid because I don't have a lot of mobility in the location that I've chosen. Every time my arm moves, look, I'm hitting this. It's funny how Disney went from a story that downplayed racism to one that tries its best to portray it as bluntly as it can. I mean, honestly, the fact that one of them is in a good resolution, has a prominent place in Disneyland, and the other one I couldn't even find a better quality picture of, should tell you which one was comforting for the general audiences and they preserved it. But still, credit where credit is due. This is a pretty good movie. There are many good things about the movie, and though I can find nitpicks with it, I think I'm just gonna say it's good. It's good considering the circumstances. Some of the sodonisms of the movie does sound exaggerated, and some of the accents are cartoony, but it's a TV movie. Expectation needs to be, lowered properly. And for a TV movie, it is pretty well rounded. Again, it does manage to give a good portrait of an event, and the focus on Ernest Green is justified within the movie. I find it interesting that it feels like the third act in a long series if we consider 42 and The Long Walk Home. It's like a step-by-step, learning to tell a story about a prominent movement in black history, and not whitewashing it. We had a lot of TV movies in this video. Like, in the last one, we had a lot of old classical movies. In this one, we have a couple of epics, but there were a lot of TV stuff, like even documentaries. Suez, A Very British Crisis was a TV documentary. I mean, television is more prominent nowadays. Nowadays, it would be okay if that was the case, because TV has gotten more visually interesting as well. But back then, it really wasn't. Like, with all I said about the Ernest Green story, it is not a visually appealing movie in a sense that there is nothing that I kind of remember. I know they're trying to recreate some of the pictures, like the famous picture, but aside from that, it really isn't anything special. But, it's still a good movie. Apparently, and I learned that while I was researching the movie, it was played a lot for history classes, and I can see why. You can get a good idea of the characters and the events, and it was for a historic class. If you just want to pop up a movie and see one, I keep wondering, if I'm missing some major nuance that is facing me right, in the face, and that might be the case. Again, I do not know the black history that well, or the black experience in America. I am not either of those things. I am Middle Eastern, living in Middle East. So yeah, if I'm missing something, please do tell me. I'm not gonna claim like I got it perfectly. I just think in the movies that I watched after 42 and The Long Walk Home, this is one where I was glad to see nobody gave a shit what white people felt. This one needs a massive disclaimer. I didn't actually see this in May of 2023. I had a massive mismanagement of time, and with a trip that took a lot out of me, I couldn't watch Dr. Zhivago in time. So I watched it way later than the others. It's a little look behind the scenes. Then I wrote this section more than a year after the others. So it's really the odd one out. It gets even odder when you realize I don't really have much to say about this movie. Rewatching it for this video didn't add anything useful to my opinion of it. Anyways, let's continue. Dr. Zhivago is perhaps David Lean's prettiest epic. Now, David Lean is a director that you will hear me talk about more down the line. I know that because I know what I'm going to say. I have time powers. Oh, really messed up the deadline for this video. Both can be true at the same time. But a quick premise, David Lean is one of the best directors when it comes to making massive epics with lots of characters and lots of spectacle. His name is synonymous with great spectacular films like Lawrence of Arabia, Passage to India, The Bridge on the River Kwai, and the movie I'm talking about right now, Dr. Zhivago. As I said, I believe this movie to be Lean's prettiest movie. It tells the story of a man named Yuri Andreevich story of a man by the last name of Zhivago and his love affair with another woman that isn't his wife.
My dearest dear, I'm sending this to Larissa Antipovas because if you are alive, which God grant, I think that is where you will go.
Okay, that's a massive understatement. Basically, Zhivago is a doctor. It's in the name. And then the Russian Revolution happens, and we basically see a little bit of a propagandic Western-centric view of the Russian Revolution.
I told myself it was beneath my dignity to arrest a man for pilfering firewood.
So the book is very well known for one reason. It was published at the start of the Cold War to give Americans a very black view of Soviet Union. Basically, a place where nobody cares about expertise and is fully on board with taking the money from those who earned it. Granted, nobody who got their money taken earned it. It's just that suddenly beautiful, clean places got run down with poor people.
There was living space for 13 families in this one house.
Yes. Yes, this is a better arrangement, comrades. More just.
Yeah, unpacking that shit requires a lot. Basically, the movie plays to the audience whose worst fear is someone from a lower class moving in next to them. So, that's all. No, but that's a huge portion of the movie. The movie is an epic, and if you remember what I said about epics, I said that they usually have to fall in line with the politics and the views of the company that makes them, or the country that makes them. This is a huge epic, filled with grand vistas, with tons and tons of money on the screen. So of course it's going to be made in a certain way. Now, Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to sing praises of the Soviet Union. God knows they were as fucked up as any autocratic society, with the added bonus of being a superpower. But I'm also not seeing a lot of criticism of the Soviet governance in the movie.
50%! Only 50%!
There is clear indication that the Soviet government is doing a bad job, but it's merely done to the frame of unearned position. Basically, to put it in very clear terms, people who weren't part of the old aristocracy and old money didn't deserve to be put in positions of power, so they fuck it all up for everyone else. It has a very condescending view. It's something that honestly can taint the whole movie a little bit, because it's so prominent. It's a shame because, as I said, this is David Lean's prettiest movie. There is a lot of good in this movie, from the love story, which is kind of heartbreakingly beautiful, to the performances, which are incredibly good, from Rod Steiger and Omar Sharif to Geraldine Chaplin and a young Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think that's Ewan McGregor in the background. There is so much in this movie to appreciate, and honestly, after watching the movie, those are what remains. This is one of those movies where the only thing you need to do to dispel its propagandic power is to remind people that the novel it was based on was used by CIA to embarrass the Soviet Union. Literally, I'm not making that up. So when all of that goes away, what remains is kind of a good movie. This is where the magic of David Lean also comes back. Distilled of its background, this is a movie about the characters. This is a human story.
An artist? Who taught you?
No one taught her.
Ah. Then it's a gift.
So amongst all of the historical revisionism, propagandic behavior, litany of characters with hard to pronounce names, the movie never loses focus of what it's about. It's about a poet and a medical doctor cheating on his wife with fervor. And yeah, this is the shirt I was wearing while talking about IQ. In the past year, all of these patches have been added. Fuck baseball. Seriously. I have just watched over 2 hours of a movie about baseball and I still don't know the rules of the game. It feels so stupid. Anyways, 61 Asterix is a movie that I'm sure will mean a lot to people who like baseball, but I'm not one of them. It tells the story of Roger Maris, who broke the record on consecutive home runs in a season. That was previously held by Babe Ruth. Mickey Mantle is an important part of the movie though. His friendship and rivalry with Maris is a huge emotional anchor for the movie. It was directed by Billy Crystal and it's a TV movie but an okay one. It follows the guidelines pretty closely, so it's not something that would stick out. The performances are also pretty good. They're not amazing or mind-bogglingly great, but they're good and they manage to convey their characters and emotions pretty competently. I don't have much to say about this movie. The brotherhood between Maris and Mantle is great, and the movie rests on it. But baseball is an important tenet of it. Most of the movie is talking about batting averages and like home runs and seasons and such, and baseball strategies.
Records are made to be broken.
If it's broken in the same number of games, eh?
Bullshit, Sam. Bullshit. You know, when Ruth set his first record back in 1921, he played in 14 more games than the guy who set the record before him. Where was the uproar then? No, I say a season's a season.
I'm sure people who like baseball can have a ton of fun with this movie, discussing it in length and talking about the portrayals and accuracies or inaccuracies. But I'm not one of those people, as you probably have guessed. I don't like baseball, and I don't know baseball. Since baseball minutia is a core building block of the movie, if you are like me, you can't really enter it. It's not like A League of Their Own, Field of Dreams, or Moneyball, where baseball is ever present, but it's more of a dramatic vehicle. Here, baseball is the point. Maris and Mantle's relationship is fun, but even that is based around baseball. So I have nothing much to say. The weird thing is I already know that in the next video I have California baseball to contend with. So baseball is not even fucking finished. All I can say is 61 Asterix wasn't a hard watch. I didn't understand around 70% of it, but it moved swiftly. It never dragged. And the performances were competent enough that I never felt lost. I think I wasn't the right audience for this movie. Why baseball though? Like, that's so stupid. Why did Billy Joel put so many baseball and boxing stuff in there? Like, okay, I know in the next video I also have California baseball. I also probably will have Liston beats Patterson. Or then that is also coming, and I don't know what to do about that either, because I don't know boxing either. Why do we have to talk about sports movies? I'm not a big sports fan. You can't tell. This is as much sport as I'm willing to watch. For those of you who don't know, that's from Ted Lasso, which by the time you're watching this is already over. I look forward to the finale. And this is from Silicon Valley, which ended a while ago. But yeah, this is as much sport I'm willing to handle, which is out of a 90-minute game, which is football or soccer, whichever you want. I'm calling it football. Out of a 90-minute game of football, like the whole season shows like 15 minutes of it. And that's perfect. That's as good as a sports show can get. Let's do that with all of sports. Like, let's not do them live, because why would anyone watch them? Let's do them pre-recorded and edit out all of the boring bits. On the Road, the movie adaptation of Jack Kerouac's most famous work, is a great showcase of failure in adaptation. It's not just that the movie is bad, because on a technical level it is very, very adequate. It's just that the movie does the one thing that I believe you should never do in adapting a material. It changes nothing.
I know that I rely on my friends and my family for money. Join that club, please.
The end result is a movie that ends up being misguided, uninspired, and worst of all, very, very boring.
Maria, 115.
You growing roots?
Kerouac's novel tells the story of himself and his friends as they were, very aptly, on the road. It talks about this gang of people who were part of a generation, a beat generation, who would spend their lives smoking weed, drinking alcohol, and having lots of unprotected sex with each other. I'm of course simplifying it, but the novel is Kerouac's sort of autobiography, telling about his exploits with other notable people, like Allen Ginsberg and William S. Burroughs. No, that's not it. I know that's not it. The novel is actually a very good read, and I suggest everyone to give it a chance. It's a good slice of life, and Kerouac's writing style does make these over-exaggerated characters actually seem like real people looking for any sort of meaning in their lives. The problem is that Kerouac's writing is very improvisational. He hadn't planned out everything, and it seems like he's writing as he's experiencing. He's also not that big into descriptives, and reading his novel, it seems like the story is being told to us through small anecdotes where the narrator is not sure of the fine details. It works in a literary medium because your brain is very good at filling up the missing pieces. All I need to say is the man started smoking, and you can imagine how he's standing, how he smokes, and how he fills up the room with smoke. That's the magic of writing. With each descriptor, that image becomes clearer. But even the bare minimum can give your audience a vision. And bare minimum is very much Kerouac's writing style. His characters and his friends live out in these bare minimums and waxing poetics. Poetics that, when you don't have to imagine human beings saying it, sound incredibly plausible, but the second you put them into the mouth of living and breathing individual, they just sound pretentious as fuck.
It was like I just woken up from a dream that lasted my whole life. And I realized that God isn't somewhere out there in heaven. He's right here. Yeah. And the dirt. He's an ape like us.
That's the failure of On the Road. You can't do a hardcore faithful adaptation of Jack Kerouac's novel because it was never written to be a movie. A movie is a visual medium. I know, it's mind-blowing. But what that means is that you don't have the luxury of working on bare minimums. Suddenly you need well-defined characters. Suddenly the man who started smoking needs to have clothes and a way of walking and a body. The result of that is nobody in this movie ever comes close to having a character. They are contradicting each other, and none of them get to be anything more than mouthpieces for Kerouac's writing. He didn't describe them well, so it's up to the actors.
And the degree of rottenness you've come to.
You can't deny your blood, kid. You're white. White. White.
Give it to Viggo Mortensen and Steve Buscemi and they do great. Give it to Garrett Hedlund and Kirsten Dunst and they will appear as confused as a baby lamb perched on top of Hindenburg. That lack of descriptors is the strength of the book. It gives your mind ample time to create characters and put them on the journey. But unless you're willing to interpret and create something of your own, that novel is not a good roadmap of what to do with its own adaptation. You may have noticed I haven't done a little wrap-up of the story at the beginning, and that is because the story is inconsequential. There is no story. It's literally characters on the road. They go from place to place, trying to find anything to do in their lives, and meeting and breaking each other. It's emotions running high, and people getting high, and everything at an all-time artificial high. And I just spent all that time telling you why the characters in this movie do not work. There is also another aspect, and that is our narrator. The movie is told to us through the eyes of Sal Paradise, which is Jack Kerouac himself. There is a slight issue though. Despite the movie having voiceovers that prop up to tell us what we're seeing on screen, I'll get to that in a bit, we have no idea what Sal wants or how he feels.
So in America, when the sun goes down and I sit in the old broken down river pier watching the long, long skies over New Jersey, I sense all that raw land that rolls in one unbelievable huge bulge over to the west coast.
Part of it is the performance, but most of it is that since Kerouac did his best to not insert himself into his novel, the movie has done the same with his character. Issue is that he's supposed to be our anchor and our point of view character. It works in the novel because he's telling us the story, but in the movie we can see him, and we are supposed to follow him, and yet we don't know why we are doing that. Why are we following Sal Paradise? Why should or would we care about him, and by extension his menagerie of friends and acquaintances? He's just some guy. Now, we, in the real world, know who Jack Kerouac is, but that doesn't translate into the story. Why are we following this guy? And why are we listening to him? The movie doesn't give us any reason. And there we see another massive issue. On the Road is supposed to embody the quote-unquote soul of a generation. It's supposed to tell us what people who were part of it felt and did. And as a novel, it is very effective at doing that. But it worked as a novel because you couldn't see them. And Kerouac's description of the feeling meant that everything was told through his lens. Here, Kerouac seems to only talk about what is going on the screen. We see people pissing from the back of a truck, and Kerouac telling us that people were pissing from the back of a truck.
Guys never stop. Every now and then you have to yell for piss call. Otherwise, you have to piss off the air and hang on, brother. Hang on.
Revolutionary. He doesn't talk about how he feels about anything because that would disrupt the mood of the novel. But this is not a novel. It's a movie. That's why I go back to my original allegation. On the Road, the movie adaptation of Jack Kerouac's most famous work, is a great showcase of failure in adaptation. Sometimes faithfulness is needed for an adapted work, but sometimes, and in most cases, you need to be able to translate between mediums. And don't tell me that the style of Kerouac's writing wouldn't make a good movie, because I believe there is precedent for that. Gus Van Sant's 1991 My Own Private Idaho is the closest thing to On the Road in terms of mood and atmosphere, and it's a great movie. On the Road, the movie needed some style and needed to know when to use Kerouac's words as they are and when to interpret them. As it is, it's a boring mess. A boring mess that shows a lack of understanding. If this is how we're going to adapt books, I think it's best we don't touch Don Quixote. Is this joke still relevant? I hope so. I've been trying to make it like in all of my videos. Don Quixote is always present. Addendum number 1. I know for some, hopefully misguided people, looking at Dean Moriarty and his emotional manipulation, his excessive leeching, his vile treatment of women, and his seemingly unending hedonistic behavior regardless of well-being of those around him, may look like a dream come true, but I just want to say that I despise Dean Moriarty. I despised him in the book, despite Kerouac really having an emotional love affair with him in his words, and I really despised him in the movie now that those minimalistic attitudes described has been put to screen. Fuck Dean Moriarty. Addendum number 2. If they were going to put Viggo Mortensen in the movie and have him do fuck all, why not go all out and make it fun? Have a personality in that chair. Have Charlie Sheen. I don't know, that would make it more memorable. Right now, literally, Viggo Mortensen as Old Bull Lee and Gary Oldman in Lawless are the same in my brain. And I just saw On the Road. And I haven't seen Lawless for a half a dozen years. It's our last ever interlude. The video is coming to an end. Rejoice, much rejoice. Unless you have grown too attached to me. In that case, despair, much despair. I sometimes think about the works of literature that are quote-unquote unadaptable. Lord of the Rings was famously unadaptable because of its length and the sheer amount of information Tolkien had jammed in it, but then it was adapted quite successfully when people realized, oh, we can just cut stuff out. Talking about On the Road made me think more about these unadaptable works. What are they? I've heard arguments for a lot of books to be unadaptable on the internet. The works of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, or In the Search of Lost Time series by Marcel Proust, this fucking book that I will talk about if we reach 1,000 subscribers, or even Don Quixote. I think all of them are adaptable to an extent, but maybe not completely faithful ones. And that's okay because they can still be close to the soul of the book. For me though, there is one example that is driving me crazy. It's the one book series I cannot imagine being adapted at all, and it's Le Petit Nicolas, or Little Nicholas. It's a series of children's books written by René Goscinny and Jean-Jacques Sempé, two names so French that a literal croissant just materialized in front of me this very second, out of filler. You may tell me there are movies based on Little Nicholas, and you're right, and they suck. Problem is that with every famous children's book turned into mediocre movies, I can't see how to improve it. Diary of a Wimpy Kid, stick to the unpleasant stuff as well as your usual children's fluff. Danny, Champion of the World, maybe don't put Jeremy Irons as the hero and Lobby Coltrane as the villain. For Little Nicholas, I can't see a way. Those books are literally unadaptable. You can make them simpler because they are already at their simplest, and you can add to them because creating any physical boundary around these characters suddenly makes them quote-unquote too real. Fuck 100 Years of Loneliness, that shit is easily adaptable. How do you adapt Little Nicholas? How? How? Okay, first of all, I just googled Sputnik movie because I didn't know of any movie that revolved around the launch of Sputnik by the Soviet Union. This movie is not about the launch of Sputnik by the Soviet Union. It has just the name Sputnik. That doesn't matter though. It was still a worthwhile watch. It's a sci-fi horror with a twist of state paranoia and conspiracy added to it. The premise is that a Russian space mission is attacked by a mysterious alien force, and that alien force has embedded itself inside one of the astronauts. Cosmonauts, the movie calls them cosmonauts. I don't know if there is a difference. The astronaut is kept in a secret military base in Kazakhstan. I don't want to do it. Please, please don't make me. There's still time to go back. My wife. The alien inside the astronaut comes out every night and seems to have a symbiotic relationship with its host. Our point of view character is a neuropsychologist who has been taken to the base to help remove the alien from the astronaut. That's the main premise. It's filled with a lot of sci-fi horror cliches that you would expect from the genre, both in terms of story and how it is told. I don't mean that as a negative necessarily, it's just part of the genre and the movie does use them well enough. It's just that it's not very creative. I honestly don't know why am I talking like this in this section. The biggest creative twist of the movie is in the setting. Putting the story in Soviet Union gives it another dimension of state conspiracy. Of course, a military person wanting to use the alien as a weapon is a cliche that this genre has been using for quite a while. But on top of that, there is a sense of paranoia. Our astronauts and scientists don't know whether to trust the power-hungry militant or the government who might be having more sinister intentions. I think that's an angle that, if the movie would put more emphasis on, would have created something more unique.
Если начальство узнает, вас под трибунал отдадут.
Да. У нас не любят инициативу. Но врачам и военным иногда приходится делать очень непростой выбор. Зато потом победителей не судят.
As the movie stands, it's a pretty competent sci-fi horror. It's a feature film debut for the director, and I understand why it wouldn't stray too far from the genre conventions and filmmaking standards. It's a quite effects-heavy movie, especially for such a small project. The effects are good as well, which means probably more money and time than you would think. So, When there is so much riding on a project, it kind of binds the hands. I'm not taking that in bad faith. It would have been better if the movie could do more with its setting, but what it does is good enough. Overall, it's a good enough movie. It's a sci-fi horror beholden to the genre, but not subpar in its understanding of it. There are also some older genre conventions that I was happy to see return. I really enjoyed that the movie treated the alien as a monster and didn't try to humanize it or make sympathy with it. Don't get me wrong, sympathetic villains can be deeper and can have more nuance to them. And that is the same with sympathetic monsters. But sometimes a monster is a monster. It's killing people and ruining lives, and for the monster to have the freedom of being monstrous was becoming more and more of a rarity. It has fuck all to do with the actual Sputnik, but it was a good enough movie. I like horror, I like sci-fi, and I like sci-fi horror. I think this movie would make a good addition to any sci-fi horror library as an example of a contemporary sci-fi horror. It's fun to see how the tropes of the genre have traveled through the world nowadays. If the characters weren't talking Russian, this could have easily been an American movie, or a Canadian movie, or a German movie. The language of filmmaking has become a bit more homogenized to the point that little intricacies are the only things separating nationalities. Is that good or bad? I can argue both ways. On one hand, the borders are breaking, so there's a good base level for almost everything. Now, you can't excuse bad filmmaking. But that also means that a lot of local creativity is being stifled or pushed solely to the independent arty market. And in that market, there might be more, I'm going to call them, bad actors, where they try to disguise shoddy filmmaking as artful. Anyways, that's a discussion for academia, and I'm not going to spend an hour talking about it here. For now. I'm just saying all of this for you to know that if you have already seen some sci-fi horrors and want to see another one, Sputnik is a good candidate. It won't push you away. I wish, when I first was watching the movie, and halfway through it, I originally thought that, this might be, it has something to do with the actual Sputnik, because the movie takes place in the 80s. And so I thought, probably in the 50s, or when they sent the Sputnik out, it had awoken a monster or something. I thought there was going to be something relating to the original Sputnik. There was not. I think it was a missed opportunity, honestly, and I think that they could have tied it together, but that's just my fan fiction-y brain wanting to connect everything into a big mega story. So, the way it does got it is actually good. The mystery is good. I don't want them to ruin the mystery. I just wanted a few nods at the original Sputnik, because the movie is named Sputnik. I also, as I said, love the conspiracy aspect of it. I think it could have done a bit more. If it was a much more serious and grounded version of Paul, the movie with Nick Frost and Simon Pegg and Seth Rogen. If it was that, but in Soviet Russia, I think that would have been incredibly fun as well. I'm just spitballing movie ideas right now. There is a game I really like when I was playing it. It's a platformer, puzzle platformer. I think it was called Dead Planet. I'm gonna put the poster here. I don't know. It didn't have a very creative name, but the game itself was very fun. I quite enjoyed it. It wasn't, super exciting, but it was good. I think, and there was an element of mystery and state paranoia to it, a state conspiracy to it that I loved. I actually kind of ripped it off for a short story I was writing back in the day, and that would have been also great. But that's like an effects-heavy movie. This movie, it shows it was a small project. You know, a lot of locations are repeated. It doesn't really travel far, but I don't take that as a bad thing. I think it actually shows great filmmaking intuition to have a smaller budget and try to use it as best as you can. And they did. They used it the best they can. Like, the locations are small, but they are meaningful. Anyways, look how old TVs were. So far in the video, I've used the term hagiography a few times. What it means is usually a biography of a saint or someone of divine roots. Because of that, hagiographies tend to be very uncritical of their subjects and even would exaggerate their virtues. They are told to us because we as normal and flawed humans should look at these saints as role models and try to live our lives to their mostly unattainable standards. They usually will know the right thing to do at the right time, and even their mistakes will be for the betterment of the environment. They are uncritical as well, because being critical means that the saint has made a mistake and thus is thrown off of his divine course. Hagiographies are incredibly useful tools in spreading and justifying ideologies and, of course, religions. Saints are the best way to showcase the best aspect of a religion or ideology, and hagiography's tendency to be simply conveyed means that a lot of nuance that would make understanding and adopting an ideology or religion are set aside. Out of every movie I have given the title of hagiography in this video, the story of Chou En-Lai is the one deserving it the most. Is it Chou En-Lai or Chou En-Lai? I'm gonna say Chou En-Lai. Calling this movie a propaganda is misleading. It's not propaganda because the way it portrays Chou En-Lai is akin to a prophet. He never does anything that would remotely be considered wrong. He never says anything other than the most pure gems of wisdom, and he carries himself as if the weight of the world is on his shoulders, and yet he alone can save it.
今后有困难，找我。
He is our savior, he is our best, he is worthy of worship, according to this movie. What is at stake here isn't spreading a political ideology or even a certain point of view. It is to worship the man who was Chou En-Lai. He fixes the flaws in the system, not because the system is self-healing, but because he's just that good at being on top of it. His portrayal in the movie is laughable. He has that smile on his face that is supposed to portray warmth, but is so permanent on his face that it loses all meanings by the halfway point of the story. I am being purposefully vague about the story, but don't you worry, my dear watchers. I know this is the penultimate section, but it is not going to be a short one. We will be getting to the nitty-gritty of this movie pretty soon. I don't know why I become Nixon. Wherever he goes and whenever he starts talking, there is a music track. That music track has been burnt into my ears. It started as being laughable in how over the top it was being in showcasing the validity of Chou En-Lai's actions, and then pretty soon became grating because they use it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That music track is doing most of the work in the movie. That also has the effect of acting like the most mundane things that Chou En-Lai says is somehow filled to the brim with wisdom and enlightenment. Let's slowly stream in some story. One of the themes of the movie is how tradition is facing the newly established regime. Many of those traditions are, as most social structure traditions tend to be, regressive as fuck. But also, there are some flaws inherent to the new system and regime. There are ways for people to force their will on others. Can you imagine the Chinese government forcing its will on others? How preposterous! Chou En-Lai, in his overwhelming wisdom, knows exactly which traditions are regressive and will lead to more problems, and which one are worth keeping. We all know, at least I hope we all do, when a system is changing, especially when one is getting rid of the many social traditions, there is usually an upheaval. Not in this case. At all. Because Chou En-Lai is so universally loved and respected that people have no problems getting their regressive traditions out of the way. There's no uproar because people know that Chou En-Lai only wants what's best for them. He's so selfless. He's so into showcasing other people and downplaying his own virtue that honestly, if he was real, he would hate this movie because how much it overplays everything that he has done.
看来你父亲打你几下子，还是应该的。好好向他请教吧。
But he's not real, is he? At least this version of him isn't real. That's the thing about hagiographies. When they get this over the top in exalting the virtues of their subject matter, they inherently show the flaws in their own ideologies because that subject matter is no longer real. There is a brand of populism that I have noticed in Iranian movies about certain people that I was under the impression was pretty local. But I saw it again in the story of Chou En-Lai. The gist of it is, our subject is so holy and so big that he doing the most mundane shit with the people is wondersome. But also, they are so in tune with the populace that they know the most intricate customs and localities. You might think the paradoxical nature of this portrayal is the root of its demise, but it's what makes it work. These characters arrive at the scene already having the highest level of authority and respect that anyone in the history within the movie had, and yet they're like celebrities because they're just like us.
那就先说说吃饭吧。
Does that joke even make sense? I can't stress how mundane their actions are. Why is Chou En-Lai worthy of your respect? Because despite being the premier of China, being the second hand to Chairman Mao, who is practically God in this movie, despite having so much wisdom and warmth, despite knowing exactly what to do in any situation to make it work, he eats with normal people, damn it. People so much below his station that he should not even want to touch. And yet, not only he eats with them, but he knows their name and knows their occupation. That only makes itself more known when you take a closer look at the story. It's liberally said, nothing of value happened. The most tense moment of the movie is rain. I know it has to do with famine and it's important, but because the movie can't have Chou En-Lai do anything that isn't purely saintly, this is the best you're getting. Rain comes down and tries to ruin the crops.
老百姓的生活出现问题，就是我的责任。
This is the most tense though. The most important moment of the movie is when Chou En-Lai calls Chairman Mao on the phone, and it's treated akin to watching Moses talk with the burning bush. With 1/10 of the visual prowess. Because of all of this, the movie is actually pretty boring to watch. it drags on massively because Chou En-Lai's holy member never leaves the oral orifices of the filmmaker. They're sucking his fucking dick the whole movie. That music track is emblematic of this. By the end of the movie, you just know when it's going to happen. It's basically anytime Chou En-Lai talks or does things. So it's not even funny to experience the over-the-top dick sucking that they're doing for Chou En-Lai. It's predictable. It's boring. The movie renders itself useless because by the virtue of what it wants to do for Chou En-Lai, it removes any agency from itself if you're not already the most devoted person to Chou En-Lai and Chairman Mao. It would be fun to discuss it as propaganda and what it tries to advance, but it's not going to do that. Nobody will see this movie and be persuaded by it unless you were already convinced. It's not even effective propaganda. It's sad, because I know the brand of hagiography that is the story of Chou En-Lai will work on some people. They are just that devoted. I've seen the Iranian versions of them and it's depressing. To worship a man to such extent that you think all he did was for your own good, even if he actively tried to oppress you and your rights. That would be worthy of a discussion. But it's too much for now. Let's just take one huge gulp and just hang our heads and bring our hands up in our most accurate Chou En-Lai cosplay. Oh, hey, you caught me in the middle of a rousing round of Stratoclupoly, the only game in the market where, as the name suggests, you need Stratego, Clue, Monopoly, and Catan. That's actually a huge part of it. It should have been in the title. Why am I playing this strategic masterpiece? Because much like the bridge on the river Kwai, it has a bridge building mechanic. After acquiring 3 buildings and of course getting 12 wood pieces, you can use your troops to build a bridge over the mid-river and attack the enemy from another position. If you have the enemy officer captured, you can do that with prisoner of war workers, and that brings down the cost to 8 wood pieces. It's a fantastic game with a lot of intricate mechanics, highly recommended. Okay, so I can't have the... If I had the axe, it would have been so much easier. As for the movie, well, it's sometimes called one of the best movies of all time, and I can see why. It's very famous, and because of that, almost everything has been said about it. The view it has on war and warfare and soldier mentality is more nuanced than people who haven't seen the movie might imagine.
Now that your work here is finished, I suppose many of you feel somewhat let down.
But because so many people have seen the movie, it's almost dissected to death. I can't add much to it, but I can give you an idea. If you are one of the people who haven't seen this movie, honestly, if you're young, I think I'm young too, I don't know, I don't feel young. I'm technically Gen Z though. So, The Bridge on the River Kwai is a 1957 David Lean movie. David Lean is a fantastic director and has had a few epics in his pocket. I'll discuss his style in this particular movie a bit later, but he is a great director. The movie stars William Holden, Jack Hawkins, Sasue Hayakawa, and the young Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think that's Ewan McGregor in the background. So the movie is about prisoners of war in a camp during World War II being forced to build a bridge on the river Kwai. It's almost as if the title already told us that.
You British prisoners have been chosen to build a bridge across the River Kwai.
Anyways, that's the gist of it, but there is more to it. The Japanese warden, Colonel Saito, wants everyone to work. In opposition to him is Colonel Nicholson, who says the officers should not do manual labor. From there, it's a tugging war, Saito trying to break Nicholson and failing to do so. There is here where I think the movie has a bit of a patriotic streak, basically saying that the British attitude is unshakable, even in the face of great odds. It's a war movie made less than 2 decades since the war, and the Japanese were the enemy. I'm okay hand-waving that, especially knowing how the movie ends. What I said is a major plot point, but it's not all. In the movie, the American soldier Shears manages to escape the camp. It's a big deal because the camp is surrounded by natural barriers, so he's recruited by Major Warden of the Intelligence Corps of the British Army and is tasked to go back with Major Warden to blow up the bridge. This is what constitutes most of the second half of the movie. Here is where we have all of the nuance.
Now look here, men. It goes without saying I'm proud of all of you, but we are facing a crisis. And for those of you who feel up to it, how about lending the others a hand, eh? Fetch and carry, a spot of paint here and there, what do you say?
Nicholson has brought Saito to his knees, but has grown obsessed with the bridge itself. He sees it as a monument to his own life's work, a monument to British ingenuity.
Suddenly you realize you're nearer the end than the beginning. And you wonder, you ask yourself, what the sum total of your life represents.
Basically, this bridge built for the enemy by prisoners of war is the only lasting legacy of Nicholson. It's how war is. War, by its own destructive virtue, is without a legacy. It's destruction, not construction, and now Nicholson has seen construction. On the other hand, you have Shears, and for him war is a noble, not destructive. It's a catch. You'll do it because you're forced to. He tries his best to get rid of war, to distance himself, to trying to get out from its hold, and it fails.
When the Navy brass learns the truth about me, they'll say, ship him home in irons for impersonating an officer, something like that. Once that happens, I've got it made. Got it what? Made.
Because war never changes. I mean, war is like a plague. It will catch up to you if you go near it. And then there is Major Warden, the head command, the person who orchestrates the battle that compromises the war. To him, nothing matters more than the mission. The mission is all that there is. He kills Shears and Saito and injures Nicholson and then says he had to do it.
I had to do it. I had to do it. They might have been captured alive. It was the only thing to do.
War is destructive, no matter which side you're fighting on, and so by the end of it, only the mission mattered. The bridge was blown up, the train was derailed, and everyone else just died. If they are lucky, they'll get a plaque, but more than likely, they just get forgotten. I'm sad now. Good job, David Lean. You made me sad. Now, David Lean's style is grandiose. He knows how to make spectacles and he knows how to make big, swooping action and epic scenes. The bridge on the River Kwai isn't just good because of the story it tells. It's good because of how it feels to watch it. It's big, it's massive, it looks and feels important. Because David Lean knew the importance of creating an atmosphere. The way this movie was going to be remembered was through massive spectacles, so it gave us as much of it as it could. Now, that's the thing about epics, they're all big. So, what makes this one stand out? Well, it's big, but it's not loud. I don't know if I can fully get that across without asking you to watch the movie, but the movie knows how to convey scale. The construction of the bridge feels as big as it is, without coming off as lazy or just, point the camera at it. Okay, let me try to explain it another way. They did make a giant wooden bridge for this movie, but that's not enough. There are countless epics with huge set pieces, but set pieces are not enough. How you frame them, how you use them, where you put your camera and your extras, those are what makes a scene spectacular. Not the fact that they made a giant contraption. When it comes to that aspect, David Lean is a master. The bridge feels big not because it was probably very big, but because the way he frames it makes it big. The camera is showing the majesty of the prop instead of relying solely on the prop. Like, I'm showing the majesty of what took me an hour and a half to set up, and as a result the shot is not really good because I have to cram myself down. So yeah, this is the last one, and it's a pretty good movie to end on. Is it David Lean's best? For many people, yeah, but personally for me, no. I think I like Lawrence of Arabia a bit more, and who knows, maybe in the next video we can talk about Lawrence of Arabia, because it comes just before British Beatlemania. Well, until then, I have at least a year to fill, and I know exactly what kind of game I'm going to play to fill it. Okay, so let me explain. You may notice that I have less troops on the map than the enemy does. Now, the enemy is computer controlled. You have to have a whole app and a series of graphs, a couple of Excel spreadsheets, a calculator, and then... Well, this concludes another We Didn't Start the Fire. Not going to lie, I don't know if it was worth the wait. And with the rate these videos keep expanding, it's possible the fourth one is going to be over 24 hours long. Wow, he's still talking, isn't he? That game doesn't exist. Let me tell you that the journey you went through and the journey I went through to bring you the journey that you went through for you are the same amount of painful. Okay, self-deprecating jokes aside, you might have guessed this video is a bit late. More than a bit late. The reason is I did have the idea of bringing TGTBTI back with this video, so I started working on it in May of 2023. I picked out the movies and started watching, writing, and recording. If you don't know why I need to bring it back, again, explained in the last video. There were a few hiccups. First one happened through the filming period. I had to go to a 3-day trip which consisted of Princess Grace, Peyton Place, and travel in the Suez. That was a huge blow to my productivity, but I still managed to soldier on. It did mean that I couldn't film some sections though, which I did mention. These 5 sections were missed out on, but I decided to soldier on and start editing what I had and then film these and get this video ready for September of 2023, and which, as you may have guessed, didn't happen. The reason is mostly burnout from editing and also being involved in a few short movies behind the scenes. That meant that my time was not as free as it used to be, and just being creatively burnt out meant that I didn't edit the sections I had, until August of this year. Creative burnout is one of those things that rarely happens, but when it does, it brings everything down. With me missing the deadline of the video and feeling more like I've failed this task, the burnout kind of lent itself to a feeling of hopelessness that got me into a spiral that got worse and worse as we reached the end of 2023. So it became clearer and clearer to me that I wouldn't be able to release anything in 2023, and I pushed this video to September of 2024. That was a massive mental relief. I have made another video in the meantime, which you can and should check out. The editing of these sections wasn't easy either, mostly because I actually dislike editing and I'm not very good at it. Case in point, I had to upgrade the RAM on my laptop in order to be able to make this video at all, because I'm an idiot and tried to film and edit all of this 5-hour long mess in one project. Don't do that. Your RAM will hate you. Divide that shit up. It's both a mentally taxing thought that this video is taking as long as it takes, and it's also not easy going back to what I filmed a year ago, because I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I'll keep that for the very end though. First, let's talk about what this video taught me and why do I keep doing it. Wow, he's still talking! Again, that game doesn't exist! Compared to the first time I did this, the day off in the middle of filming did help massively. I needed that day off and probably needed more. I know this test is completely off course by the fact that it took more than a year for this video to appear, but at the same time I think the results are worthy of attention. The problem mostly came from not having enough time to fully digest some of these. Some of the movies I managed to go back to in the past year, and I actually feel like my words on them were kind of half-baked. I have a deeper appreciation for Sputnik than I did when I watched it, or I have a more of a disdain for Escape from Tomorrow now that I know what happened behind the scenes of it and the smugness of its creator that completely flew over my head when I watched it. Watching a movie per day and then writing a script and filming myself is fun. It's unambiguously fun. It's challenging in its own rights, but it's also limiting. I need more time to fully comprehend and understand what I watched and maybe do research and actually, digest everything about it. That's why some of the movies I rewatched managed to give me more to say. So, if there is an episode 3, and with how stubborn I am, when there is an episode 3, I think I needed the day off between each entry. I watch a movie, take that day to think about it and research if it needed, and then the day after I can write the script and film it. Easy. Probably will come out in 2029. There is also another thing. I, as much as any creator, grow. I want to think I do at least. There are things in this video that I'm not super excited about, mostly because of how I've changed. One of them is saying things without context, which I've tried to limit more. The other is saying I did stuff without showing you something of it. When I'm talking about young Toscanini, I say I looked at a few forums. If I were writing that episode now, I would definitely keep a link to that forum to, at the very least, show you a screenshot. I don't like my sources to be just myself anymore. I used to be much more relaxed in that regard, and honestly, I wrote that and filmed that with that mindset. I want to say I've improved. I tried to find it again, but I couldn't. Honestly, the fact that Google's algorithm is so utterly fucked by AI and bullshit search results in comparison to even a year ago is a driving force there. I couldn't find it, and there are more stuff like it too. Thankfully, a lot of them I did manage to find again because they were more than just random forum posts. But I've changed, and I'm glad I could see it in a way. Also, while we are still on the subject of editing, I want to do more with that as well. There is nothing wrong with me sitting in front of the camera and talking, but I want to do a bit more if I can, and that makes me excited. I guess that's filming, not editing. I know my output of videos is not as much as should be, nor as much as I want it to be, because I get in my own head and suddenly a cute idea is a 5-hour episode, or a 20-minute episode balloons into a massive... Oh, what's that? All will be revealed on All Hallows Eve. Sounds ominous. And foreshadowing. When has that bit me in the ass? Oh my fucking god, he's still talking. That game is fictional! Despite the shortcomings, I'm glad I'm done with this video and you can see it. I do have some plans for an episode 3 and I have allocated time to it as well. But right now is not a good time to discuss those. If you enjoyed this video and if you've stuck with me this far, you might have, please do give it a like and do tell me in the comments what you thought of it. If you are not subscribed, why don't you do that as well? So far the only incentive I can give you is that if we reach 1000 subs, I will do a video on Catcher in the Rye. That's exciting. You're going to unsubscribe, aren't you? If you want more stuff with me in it, you can also follow me on Instagram at acamse88. That's the only social media app that I frequent, and that's the most direct way of seeing me as well. This has been a long and excruciating experience. It has had me begging for release, and I'm honestly relieved that it's done. The next video will not be over 5 hours long, at least I hope. But I will see you soon. Sooner than expected. Hopefully. I'm going to rest right now and maybe play some Age of Mythology. The Retold has been out for a while at this point and I haven't had the chance to do anything with it. I'm excited. Apparently it's also a very good overhaul. Also, unrelated, like behind the scenes stuff, the teleprompter that I use, which is Parrot teleprompter, just suddenly got fucked out of nowhere. And it deletes the scripts that I hold in it, so I cannot use it. So I'm using a new teleprompter, which isn't easy. I'm used to that one, and so it's an adjustment. Also, as I said, upgraded RAM. It still takes a long time for that project to load for me to edit, so that's nice too, I guess. Why are you still watching this?